everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Okay, let's see. I got the stream up. Hey, Toxic. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Henny and Morgana. I know Spins is watching. Hey, Spins, but she for some reason she says she can't type in the chat. I don't know. Was something being wonky with the chat for you guys today? Henny, no worries, honey. I know Friday. It's your weekend races. Vroom vroom, vroom vroom, vroom vroom. Hmm. Morgana says she can see it now. I don't know. Hey, Donnie. Hey, Gail. There it goes. What the crap? It wouldn't let me type, but it looks good now. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows, Spins? But I'm glad that you're here in the chat now. Oh, really, Toxic? This is the first time I've heard anybody have issues. I guess we've been blessed so far. Let me grab, hold on just a second while I'm thinking about it. Let me grab a link to Toxic's Discord. I've got it figured out to how to permanently get it in the description box. So it's in the description box of all the videos. But I need to put it in Nightbot too. Been DM'd by quite a few people not being able to chat. That's weird, right? Isn't that weird? Very, very weird. Copy. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. All right. Join as the gavel drops. Discord for tons of true crime cases. There's such a fun community over there, too. They really are. They really are. I actually beat QB a few times in the meme wars. Check out the new case files. All right, Toxic. That's cool. You know what I just saw earlier this morning is they've got it scheduled for today, a motion hearing for the guy that attacked and murdered Lake and Riley, that nursing student. Ugh. I saw that earlier. Not the actual hearing. It's scheduled for sometime today. I didn't look to see what time, but anyway. That happened, what, about a year ago? Please don't be shy to post. Also, the more you post, magical things happen to your name. That's cool. That's very cool. Spin said she had to shut down YouTube completely, and then it worked. Oh, the motions hearing is happening in a few minutes. What is it scheduled for? What, 10 or something? Case file for Ibarra and As the Gavel Drops. What's Ibarra? I've heard of that. What is that? Why does that sound familiar? Why does that sound familiar? Familiar. Oh, by the way, I did not end the poll yesterday. We had a crap ton of votes in the poll yesterday, which was amazing. Oh, Ibarra is his name. Okay. No wonder it sounds familiar. I just saw his name on the screen earlier this morning. The Lake and Riley case, the guy who killed her. Okay. Yeah. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. I completely forgot what I was saying. It just went poof right out of my brain. I don't remember what I was saying. His trial starts November 13th. Okay. It's coming up soon. Less than 2 weeks. I hope her family gets justice, right, Patricia? Hey, good morning. Donnie says there's supposed to be an update on the missing mom here in Olmus Park. The husband has been in custody. Is that the one where the husband and the husband's co-worker had something to do with it? That's been hot in the news the last few days. I can't believe I can't remember what I was literally talking about a few seconds ago before. Lots of trials happening in November. Yes, Patricia, you saw that Young Thug got a plea deal. Yes, that thing is that whole thing is a train wreck. You have a case filed for her too. Good deal. Good deal. Oh, I remember what I was talking about. I was talking about the poll. It just went boop right in my brain. I was talking about the poll. We had a crap ton of votes in the poll, and I did not end it. I didn't close the poll before I ended the stream. I'm really bad about that. Anyway, we had the vast majority of you had picked what the question was is Melanie Walker Farris going to be found guilty, not guilty, or will there be a hung jury? And the whopping huge amount of you voted guilty, that she'll be found guilty. So we'll see, maybe. I thought we would find out yesterday what the verdict was, but that was a no-go. Toxic, I hope that the same thing doesn't happen with Diddy. That he needs to be 10 feet below the prison. I do feel better, Spins. I had that headache lasted, man, all day and all night. Almost 200 days. Wow. That's crazy. Total waste of the jury's time. It's very, I mean, if I were one of the jurors, I would be livid. Yeah, Diddy and R. Kelly are trash humans. Yes. Still have two who didn't take a plea for the thug trial, so it's not over yet. Well, I honestly haven't been paying attention to it. The only time I really looked at it was when Woody was on the stand, if I said his name right. Woody. People said Woody, but didn't he say it was pronounced Woody? That was him being on the stand was a little entertaining, I have to say. I must say. Right, Donnie? She says, Donnie said the Diddy case, my brain can't even comprehend the accusations. Are humans that vile? I struggle with thinking that humans can be that vile, but apparently they are. I mean, it's almost like he has like a God complex or something. Like he feels like he could just do whatever he wanted to do to anybody he wanted to do it to. You know? I mean, it's like the world was his and, you know, it just, I can't imagine. Cannot imagine what. Ugh. Woody drove me nuts, yet at the same time, he was entertaining, yeah. Forewarning, their graphics at Toxic. The docs for Diddy's victims. Yeah. I saw a few of them, but definitely not most of them, just a few. Right, exactly, Donnie. The sex stuff was just crazy. Spence says after hearing the R. Kelly stuff, it doesn't surprise me that they think they're invincible. Mm-mm. Hey, Susan. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, India. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Patricia, how old are you, little Woody? I plead the fifth. Didn't he say, I'm grown? Something like that. I'm grown. Hey, good morning, Rich. They prey on vulnerable people like wolves, human garbage. Yeah. The whole like situation with Justin Bieber, that just breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. I mean, you know, they took a very young teenage boy who has dreams and goals of becoming a superstar, and they know that they'll do anything to, you know, get there, and they're just like putty in their hand, you know, it's awful. Absolutely awful. Triggering for anyone, right? Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back. Waiting to see if rests are made. I'm not sure who that is. Toxic. Lisa Lism? I don't know who that is. I'll be right back. Oh, I'll be a few minutes. Oh, Liam Payne. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, Liam Payne. Yes. Right, Donnie. It's a life you just can't understand. I know. Same here. I just, It's like nightmare fuel. I'll be back here, and I thought I would be back in just a couple minutes, but I'll be back here momentarily. One of the kiddos needs me. The big kiddo needs me, so I'll be back in just a few minutes. Oh my gosh, Rich. That is amazing. Daddy pig. That's so cute.
Oh my gosh, Rich.
Hold on.
That is amazing.
Sorry. I had the video on my phone while I was taking care of him, and I always forget to turn it off unless there's audio going on. Sorry. It ain't easy pulling off a British accent with a Bronx accent. I can imagine. That's super cool. That's super cool. We are on, Margaret. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Bum, bum. They're saying that the Liam Payne fell, but I think that they're saying, like, showing what the hotel room looked like. I guess maybe there's more to it. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not positive. India, did I say hey to you, ma'am, or good morning? I think I did. I'm not positive. I can't remember. But hi, Margaret. Good morning, Margaret. Good morning, Pickled Bird. Let's see if I missed anybody else. Oh my goodness, look who is here in real time. Sapphires and Ocean Waves. Hi, ma'am. You're still 4 videos behind. Okay. Okay, that's okay. She says, I'm popping in here just to say hi. Just to say hearts. Daggone it. You do get my whole face for your hi. Right, Rich? Those hotel deaths are always suspect. Yes, I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. Coffee for me. Well, Cooter, I don't know. For those of you that don't know, that are in the chat, I call Sapphires and Ocean Waves Cooter. It's a long story, but that's a nickname that I've given her. Cooter Brown. I did poll people's opinions on this one yesterday. Yes, I did. There were a lot of votes, too. There was like 80 some, 90 some votes, I think, by the time it was over. But I forgot to close and end the poll before the live ended. But let's just say that the vast majority of people believe one way. What are your thoughts so far, Cooter? Because I know you've been watching. I know you still have some catching up to do, but I don't know if you're catching up on Boone or Farris. Yeah, make sure to give the video a thumbs up, you guys. Make sure to give the video a thumbs up. It really does help. Those thumbs ups kind of, help push the stream, our channel, out to other people who don't know that we're sitting over here in this corner, all comfortably nice and toasty and warm. I'm going in order. I'm fully caught up on Boone, and now it's just Farris left. Okay. Going in live order. She said love order, but I knew she didn't mean love order, but I mean... She says, I still don't fully suspect her. Maybe she did it, but I think there's still maybe enough doubt. Rich said the defense had a strong closing argument. I think this jury is going to be hung. Someone killed him, but did they really prove it was the defendant? Rich, that's my thoughts 1,000 bajillion %. I do think she did it. I think she did it, but they haven't proven it. To me, they haven't proven it. I mean, the only thing that proves it to me that she did do it was the he's on the burn pile comment she made to Rusty over the phone. And then her not wanting to let the girls spend the night. That was another weird one for me. Cooter said also this whole Martha Jane calling in after watching half the trial was a mess, and I think hurt the prosecution more than helped. Very possible. The chain of phone calls. Yeah. Yeah, toxic. Yeah, and I'm confused. I don't know what she meant by that. When she said he wasn't supposed to be that damaged. I don't know what she meant by that. Toxic said that cinched it for me. But then with Rusty saying, so what do you mean? What are you saying? Are you, saying Scott did it? Do you know who did it? That kind of thing. I don't know that I can't figure out if he's asking these questions to get her to admit to something, or if he's asking these questions because they have talked with one another and been like, yo, we need to, on a recorded phone call, you need to ask me questions to make me point to, somebody other than myself. I just don't know. Rich said this is a tough one. The police kind of fuddled everything. They couldn't handle it. Right, Toxic. He would have had more knowledge of where Martha Jane stored her pew-pews. Toxic said Rusty had more of a chance of stealing the pew-pew than Melody. And she, by that statement, Toxic says she didn't think he'd burn so much. I mean, I thought about that, but yeah, I know what you mean, Cooter. Also, he's on the burn pile. In Southern could mean working on the burn pile. He's out on that burn pile again, kind of phrasing. Hey, Kylie's mom, good to see you. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. I hope you guys had a great Halloween. Kylie's mom, we were just talking about it. This is a tough one. Gail says, I have trouble with her buying all those cleaning supplies and then telling the police she didn't even leave the house. Yeah. I thought about that too, and because she is such a clean freak, I'm wondering, was it like her monthly supply haul? Is she one of those that like buys one of every cleaning supply because she loves to clean so much and she's so OCD? Like, you know what I'm saying? Or did she buy them all because she knew she needed them to clean up all the mess that she possibly made? Gail, that's me. With Gail says, but Veronica, why did Rusty reply with, don't tell me anymore, don't say another word? And here's something else. With his reply being that leads me to believe that they'd been talking about it. That they had been talking at some point about that. He said it. Cooter, he said that. It's kind of like, I know that they know we know they know. He said it. But if they were just having random chit chat and then all of a sudden she says Gary's on the burn pile or he's on the burn pile, if he didn't know what the plan was to hurt him or maim him or kill him, he would have been like, that's random. What do you mean he's on the burn pile? What? You know? Cooter said, I know what he said he said. I know what he said he said. He said it. And she's like, I know what he said he said. But yeah, it doesn't make sense as a response unless he knew what the plan, unless he knew that there was a plan of sorts. Could it have been that she's like, I'm going to take care of Gary this weekend? Take care of Gary this weekend? And he knows that's the plan, but he doesn't know what's happening. And she says, Gary's on the burn pile. And he's like, what? Don't tell me another word. Then that is confirmation to him that she completed the plan they had come up with. So, Toxic said, well, it would make sense if he didn't know the plan and she told him he was missing. That it would, yeah. And I mentioned that too. I was like, it would make sense. It wouldn't make sense though, because if she told him that he's missing and she said, and he's like, well, are you all were you looking for him? What are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, what's going on? Where have you looked? And then she says, he's on the burn pile. If it were an accident, why would his response be, don't tell me, don't say another word? A normal response would have been, oh my God, are you kidding? How did that happen? What in the world? Then said he's on the burn pile at 4 a.m. But who's on a burn pile at 4 a.m. in the morning? Asking, because burn piles aren't something we do in the city, so no clue about it. Well, most any person would not ooh, I saw the camera move. Would not be starting a burn pile at 4 o'clock in the morning. Not a burn pile that's on a farm like that, like a just normal like brush, trash, burn pile, Kylie's mom says, I feel like there's enough to convict, but man, the phone calls are so confusing. Sometimes I think they sound so damning. Other times I'm like, well, maybe it's out of context. I have a dumb theory. I want to hear the theory. Give us the theory. Right, Cooter? It seemed like burn piles were his special project. Yeah. Kylie's mom said, I think she and at least one of her kids were in on it, and when it all went to heck, they started pointing at each other. Mm. That's not a dumb theory. I think that's a very good theory. And I like that you say at least one, because that means maybe both. Oh, no, you're okay, Kylie's mom. I don't care if y'all swear in the chat. I'm a prude who don't. This mint tea chapstick is really good. Mint tea chapstick. Cooter says, okay, another weird alternate theory. Rich, exactly. I know everything we're saying, the jury is saying. 100%. And I love that. You know, when I first started this channel, I wanted it to be a channel where we always came to it at, and that's one reason why I called it the Crime Cafe, because I wanted people to be able to sit and chit chat like this, like you would with friends, having coffee, talking about some story you've been watching on the news, you know. But it's like, I wanted to come at these trials, and it doesn't always happen. A lot of the times it doesn't, and I'm working on that. But I wanted to come at these trials with a juror's perspective, completely like unbiased, you know? Like with this case, it was easy to do that because I didn't know anything about it. But some of the other ones like Delphi or Koberger or, you know, the ones like that, I'm already I already have my mind made up. However, I'm open to having my mind changed as long as the evidence points that way. Cooter, I want to know what your other weird alternate theory is. Hey, Elizabeth. Hi, sweetheart. Mickey says mint tea or minty? Mint tea. Rich says, I enjoy the larger channels are all spam. They are. You're right. They are. Cooter says he was walking all around the property, cleaning up stuff, including his son's mess of bullets and whatever, and put some in a shirt pocket. Ah, you know what? Men do that. They do. He said, they do. Had a medical episode and fell in, and the fire made it seem like he was shot by causing the bullet to be affected. That is good. I had mentioned a while back, what if the bullet, what if it was just a bullet like he had in his pocket or whatever, or if there are bullets all over the place, maybe one wound up there. But I was thinking, what if, Toxic Orchid, no, you're not blocked. Cooter is, I call Cooter Sapphires and Ocean Waves in the chat. That's who Cooter is. That's her nickname for me. But the heat, if it was just a random bullet laying there, not Cooter, confusing people, right? Yes, India, we were talking about that earlier. They're having emotions hearing today. Well, it may be going on already. But what I was saying was if there was a random bullet laying there, what if the heat made it like go off and enter his body. You know? Patricia said, I like that, Sapphires, especially because wasn't the cause of death undetermined or even manner of death? Yeah. Rich says it's plausible, Sapphires, but he's 6'5", close to 400 pounds. His legs would be hanging out like Toxic said. What if he curled his legs up to try and stand but couldn't, said Elizabeth. Hold on. Melody saw him later that night and realized he fell in and maybe just didn't say anything. You guys are throwing some good chit chat in here. I like that. Sapphire says, hanging out where? They said his body fat helped increase the flames. Yeah, because she said it's basically grease. How gross is that? Oh, the camera's moving. Oh, it's moving again. I think the cameraman is just centering the seal. Patricia says, I don't care how well she may have allegedly cleaned the house. I don't think that he was murdered in there with a gun. He very well could have put it in his pocket and fell, but then again, the positioning of his body in the burn pile doesn't show that, as his legs wouldn't be in the burn pile like he was found. Oh, wow. Patricia says, I think there would be so much more blood even if she did clean it up. Oh, hold on a minute. Well, good gravy. Okay. Hold on a second. I have to cough. Okay, I'm back. See, now I think that there could be, if that bullet that was found in the house, between the chair and the ottoman, if that one did go through him, I could see how it could have like skimmed past a cheek or his shoulder or hand, leg. And then not caused a lot of bleeding. I mean, it would have eventually bled, but I think at that point he would have been bolting down the stairs and out the house to get away from her. But I don't know. I mean, it really depends on where the bullet hit, if it's going to bleed a lot. Toxic says when you pass out from smoke inhalation and the fire being so big like he liked it, he wouldn't have been able to get up, period. They said he was face down in the fire. I feel like if someone moved him, he would be on his back or side. Kylie's mom said, I also don't see how Manny's guys came and checked, but no one saw a loose bullet in the middle of the floor. Yeah. Yeah. If he were rolled off a tarp, he could have landed face down. You know what? I didn't even think about a tarp, Toxic. I did not even think about a tarp. Rich says, back to work. I'll be back. All right. Have a great day, Rich. If you're still here, I hope you have a great day at work. No, there were no tarps or drag marks. I mean, as far as I know, they said there was basically nothing that showed any drag marks. And if he would have been in a tarp, there would have been drag marks too, you know. The fact that they didn't luminol more bothers me too. It would have shown a trail of wipe and smears from cleaning. Eesh. Oh, okay, Henny. Have fun watching the races. Vroom, vroom. Vroom, vroom. Toxic said, so they say, Sapphire, but at first they weren't thinking murder, more like accidental, so they didn't think to look until later. Yeah, they didn't, right, Cooter, they didn't think to do much of anything. Donnie says that he wasn't supposed to be that bad, as opposed to what? I know, that, I'm stumped on that statement. I'm really stumped on that statement. Theory, shot in the house, horses saddled, Gary put on a tarp, dragged out over the rise by horse. I could see that, but wouldn't they have found drag marks? I mean, it would make more sense to put him on the horse. But you ain't going to be able to put a 350-pound man on a horse. That's impossible. That's already deceased, you know. Side note, I have an announcement. And more blood in the house. Yes, Sapphires. Is Elizabeth here? Is Zombie still here? Is Elizabeth here? Calling Elizabeth. 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 Calling Elizabeth. No, she says. It is Elizabeth's birthday. You guys, give her some birthday love in the chat. Here, hold on. Let's give her a little birthday sparkle, too. And I'm going to sing a little birthday song. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Elizabeth. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday, sweetheart. If I was close to you right now, I would hug you, kiss you on your cheek, and then turn around and fart on you because that's how much I love you. And I only say that because I've met Elizabeth in person, and Elizabeth farts on me on purpose. So, Sapphire says, I'll be right back. Stupid work. Someone that big had more blood in them. Blood volume increases with weight. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Yes. No, because when they thought ulterior motives, drag marks would have been walked all over. I mean, that's another good point. Jeez, I don't know. I don't know. You're welcome. I hope you have the best birthday cake, birthday cupcake, birthday donut, birthday dinner, birthday whatever. Everybody's saying happy birthday in the chat. Hi, Glimmer and Glosses. Hi and welcome. Hi and welcome to the chat. She says, why call Scott home to get the horses if she was going to put them up? I think she wanted him as the fall guy. I also think her and Rusty had been planning on how to get rid of him. I'm kind of inclined to believe that too. The whole calling the horses in was weird. I thought that was weird too, if she was going to put him up. Or could it have been a thing where she's like, I know I called him to come put them up, but he's going to take his time. He's having a good time, and he's not going to come get these horses and put them up. So she puts them up. I mean, that's possible too. There are so many. Kylie's mom said it was also so risky to call Scott out like right after killing him. Why risk it? The idea it was to frame him just doesn't sound right to me. The thing that bothers me too is Scott, everybody's saying like there were multiple people, right? Who am I making that up? Wasn't there multiple people that said one of the first words out of his mouth was there's a gun missing before they ever even pulled him out of the fire? Let me see. Oh, okay, Toxic. I'll check. Thank you, ma'am. Kylie's mom says, LOL glitter, and I had the opposite thought. I love that we can see things differently, too. Yes. Toxic says, men typically have more blood than females as well. Hey, Kel. Good morning, honey. Good morning. Good morning. Toxic thinks she was trying to set Scott up. Oh, wow. Okay, I got to share that, Toxic. Thank you for that. Oh, you guys, Toxic just sent me something. I was wondering when we were going to get to see that. Hold on a second, you guys. Is this the actual farm? I mean, not farm. Is this the actual jury view that they did the other day? Let me open my Discord up real quick from my computer and pull that video up. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum. Charge. Thank you very much, Toxic. Uh-oh, here, let me see, where am I at? Where am I at? Where am I at? Where am I at? That and hoping he'd find Gary sooner so he wouldn't get burnt so much. Oh, Morgana's throwing Margaret some coffee. All right. Let me visit that site. Okay. Ooh, okay. Hold on. Let me cut this out. Toxic, do you know? I'm not sure who's the channel is. Will this channel be okay with me sharing this video? Is this video just solid? Mm. You're most welcome. You can all see it if you join as the gavel drop. Yes. Okay, so I can share this up here. Oh, Susan says it won't let me chat again. You know, honey, Susan, that was doing the same thing to Spins earlier this morning. I don't know what's wrong with YouTube. Scott and Chris were both used to being coddled by Dad regarding money. Gary paid for all his kids' extracurricular activities. Yeah, he did. Okay, well we're gonna watch this. Let me share this tab here. This is from a channel called Justice is a Process. I'm gonna share the link in the chat so you guys can go check them out and give them a subscription if you would like to. Property view video source credit. Justice is a Process. I like that name. Okay, so there's that. Let me make it big, and then we're going to hit the play button. This is apparently, thank you again, Toxic. This is apparently the jury view that the field trip that they took the other day. Gail says, I can't get on as the Gavel Drops Discord. I think the person who had my number previously had a Discord. It happened with a sizzle also. Oh, okay. All right, let's hit the play button and watch this. Wide open a lot. It's such a beautiful place. This farm is a gorgeous piece of property. It is beautiful. Ugh. So that must be the juror's bus. If I'm not mistaken, I think the plan was that when the jury went up there to take their view, to view the property, the media had to stay back at the end of the driveway so that they wouldn't accidentally get any of the jury panel on camera. So I think that's what they're doing. They're showing that jury, that white bus that went through that said Cherokee County on it. It went on up, and then behind that was like a LE or something. I don't know, but that's what I'm thinking happened. Place is gorgeous.
You can come around me. Let me know if you see anybody getting off that bus.
Okay, so Kel, good question. Kel says, is the property still in this family's name? I believe so. I believe when they arrested Melody, or maybe when Gary died, I'm not sure. I think maybe it was when Gary died. They froze everything. Bank accounts, properties, all the things. I think that they completely froze everything. And is stayed frozen until the trial is over, basically. And I'm not positive, but I think that once the trial is over, this isn't the jury spins. The jury went in and then they left. We saw the bus coming back out, and the woman says, let me know if you see anybody get off that bus. So they're gone. So yeah. You're good, honey. No, I mean, I would have thought the same thing, but that is the attorney, the prosecutor there, and the other prosecutor, and it looks like the judge is way up there ahead in the blue shirt. I think that's the judge, but I'm not positive. Toxic says, see, when they walk through the walkway and past the doors to the basement, it's a grassy hill of sorts. Yep. Okay, here we go. Gosh, this place is gorgeous. This must be the original video that's getting all wonky.
This is okay.
If you want to walk around,
Yes.
However
You
much
can
you
walk
want.
around the burn pit. Obviously, we're not going to go all the way down.
Oh, there's chickens. Look in the chicken. There's a chicken coop right there. Look at the chickens. So cute. I want chickens. I want chickens. That's so cute. That's cute. That was cute, cute, cute. Thank you so much, Toxic, for sharing that with us because I had no idea that they had made it, that they had showed it. And I've been wanting to watch it, you know. Kel says, at what point in the trial did the jury have the walkthrough? This was, it was before, it was the week before, all the phone calls and stuff. The week that I was doing Sarah Boone at the same time as this trial. It was the week before that. It was the one day the judge was sick. They left for part of the day, and so they were doing the field trip. So it was like, I think, week before last. Bum, 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 bum. She may be having the same trouble I had, Toxic, because I know whenever I tried to join the As the Gavel Drops Discord, I had the same trouble. It kept telling me when I was trying to verify my account that my number was being used in another account, and I was like, that's. And then come to find out, I forgot that I did have another Discord. But it was one that I created a couple years ago when Abigail was doing a girls' night, game night for her birthday. And she made me join Discord then, and I just, never used it again after that night. And I forgot that I did that, so... Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Those chickens at the end were so cute. They were so cute. Sorry, I'm looking through some of these other videos. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Hold on, I'm going to share this tab. This is from Court TV. It's the phone call again before the husband was found in the burn pile. Let's kind of replay some stuff while we wait.
July 24th, 2018. While meeting with your attorney who was present, and Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope, after they had to take a break to get you to give more information that you did not originally give, you told them that the defendant, probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know. Those were your words to law enforcement in July the 24th of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
And then afterwards, you said, that is everything, period, correct?
Yes.
And you also told law enforcement, did you not, that if I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound, right?
I don't recall that.
Would you dispute it?
No, I would not.
And you made it clear several times after telling them that she told you Gary was in the burn pile, that that's everything she said and that's what happened, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that she made the statement to you that you said she said on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, Gary had not been reported missing yet. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, in July, when you gave this statement to law enforcement, you did mention something about taking some Advil PM or Tylenol PM. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
But you never said about being afraid or terrified that you couldn't, because you were so scared from what was going on that you couldn't say what happened. Isn't that true?
I don't know what you're at. I don't know what you're saying.
In July 2018, July 24th of 2018, when you told law
During
enforcement...
this conversation?
Yes.
Yes.
You never mentioned, I'm scared and I need to... That wasn't right what I just said. You never said I was scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
You never told them you were scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
There's not going to be a recording of you saying I was scared and that's why I said what I said.
True.
And that night that you said about the defendant telling you that he's in the burn pile, you never came back and said, I need to recant that this night, did you? You know, in July of 2018, you never came back and said, I need to recant that. That was wrong.
Not in July of 2018.
Correct. You didn't do that, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't do that. You actually didn't recant until your statement in June of 2019. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And in June 25th of 2019, I want to turn to that one. Melody was just arrested with you in her presence in the vehicle, right?
Correct.
The week before. The
Correct.
18th, I believe.
I don't know the date, but yes.
And after she was arrested, a couple of days later, you then get in contact with law enforcement and want to tell them something. Is that true?
I don't recall if we contacted them to get them to come back or if they just came back.
But you wanted to tell them, you wanted to recant the statement you gave about Gary being on the burn pile.
I did.
So you got with them and you want to tell them that I want to recant this, retract it, right?
Yes.
And when you met with them in June the 25th of 2019, your attorney was with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And Sergeant Pope was there, is that correct? Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope?
I'm going to say yes, but I couldn't. Yeah, I'll say yes. I'm not 1,000% sure.
Was law enforcement from Cherokee County there?
They were.
And they came up to Tennessee to meet with you, right?
Yes.
And you were meeting at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And you were there for the purpose because you wanted to tell them or clarify something, is that correct?
Again, I don't know if they came up to see me or if we requested them to come up. I do not recall who set the meeting.
So this meeting in June of 2019, after the defense been arrested and you were with her and all that, what did you tell law enforcement that what was wrong with the first statement about being on the burn pile? How did you retract that? What did you say?
I don't know that I set a date. I just said that I had gone to Martha's house. Martha had told me, and then while I was there, Melody had called, and then she told me it.
Do you remember saying it could have been July 9th?
I do not know what day it was.
Well, looking at the calendar on the floor there, July 2018, you talked to the GBI, the sheriff's office with the TBI on July 10th of 2018. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And then you talked to him again on July 24th of 2018. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
And on July 24th, 2018, you tell them, Melody told me Gary's in the burn pile. I don't want to know about it, don't want to talk about it, right?
Yes.
So you're saying that at some point you got the date wrong. Would it have been before the 24th?
Yes, it was before the 24th.
Was it closer to the 9th of July or a different date?
I don't think anything transpired on the 9th of July.
So tell us, what day did this conversation happen where the defendant said Gary's in the burn pile, that she said is a different date from July 4th at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I do not know the date, but I do know that it happened after Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope had been up, because after they left, I went to Martha's house, and that's when it was. So it would have been after that.
All right. After the defendant was arrested, you had an opportunity to talk with her while she was in the jail, is that right?
I did.
And you were able to listen to some jail calls that I had to confirm that that was you on the jail calls, is that right?
That's right.
It was you talking, is that correct?
That's correct.
It was the defendant talking, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And they were fair and accurate recordings of your conversations with her while she had been arrested in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Being here in Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, right?
I'm assuming so.
At the jail here in the county. And some of those times that she was in the jail, you talked to her about meeting and talking with Amanda and Chad, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would actually check on Melody, ask her questions, or she would tell you stuff, and then you would go and talk to Amanda and Chad about things, is that right?
I'm assuming yes.
And one of those meetings was on June 24th, 2019, is that correct?
You talking about a phone call?
Yes, phone call with the defendant.
Okay, there was a phone call most every day.
All right, so you agree that you had a conversation with her in jail on June 24, 2019. Is that fair to say?
If you have it down, yes.
And June 24th of 2019, that's the day before you go and actually meet with law enforcement and, quote, recant your statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the defendant telling you that you need to explain to Amanda about the chess match
Yes.
and ask you if you've been interviewed, and you say, I'm going to be tomorrow by our two favorites? Do you remember saying that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because the next day you were going to go up and meet with them and Bobby, and that's when you recanted, correct?
I'm assuming yes.
Remember the defendant talking about, well, there has been a very well-played orchestra in this?
Yes.
And tell Amanda about Chris? She would tell you to tell Amanda about things about Chris and Scott?
I remember hearing that on the recording, but I don't know what that meant.
June 26, 2019.
What do you make of that testimony? Let me begin our guest. Joining us this hour to discuss, former public defender Gabrielle Higgins.
Okay, let's see. See if we can get through their commentary.
No.
Had with Farris on July 15th of 2019. Let's listen in.
Hey.
But, hey,
You okay?
no.
Did you watch it?
Yes. Watched it live.
Okay. Did you watch it with Bobby?
No, I didn't know it was going to be on until it was already going.
Okay.
I found it, but I sent it to him to watch.
Okay.
They didn't talk much. Bobby said they wouldn't have said that. They wasn't supposed to. Because it was recanted. It was said under duress, and they weren't supposed to use it.
Right.
But there's a whole lot they left out, but I did not see it all.
Well, I had a minute, Michael and I talked back and forth during it, and he talked to Amanda afterwards. And, it's okay.
I know they're devastated because all of us are. How are you?
I'm okay. Oh, you do need to call Amanda, though. And
You sure?
explain. Do what?
You sure she'll talk to me?
Yeah. 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 Michael talked to her afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah. And I talked to
Tell me
her.
what happened.
Do what?
You said explain to her what happened.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oh.
Still a whole lot that don't make any kind of sense to me whatsoever.
Well, that's what Michael said.
I told them, I said, I've never been so afraid of anything in my entire life. But I didn't know my name. And Bobby said, that happens all the time. Well, it ain't supposed to happen to me. And I should have better control of my faculties.
Well, that's what it's trial for.
What fear will do.
Do what?
So that's what fear will do.
Sure. So who watched it with you?
Nobody. I watched it by myself. I just pulled it up on the computer. And I turned it on just right before Hayes started talking about police.
So can you go back and watch the entire thing then?
I think so. I haven't tried to yet. It's on that WSB TV Facebook page, and I don't know if you're not on Facebook if you can get into it or not.
Right. Well, see if Bobby can get you into it.
Yeah. Said it was about 2 hours. I thought it was over with, and then realized they had taken a 10-minute recess.
Correct.
Yeah. So I thought it was over with. I didn't see nothing after the recess.
Oh, okay. Well, you really need to watch that.
Okay. Well, I just a few minutes ago sent it to Bobby to tell him where he could find it so he could watch it.
Right. Now, I was going to say, I wish you would do that and let him talk to you.
Okay.
Michael did say that he'd be talking to you.
Okay.
Wanted to know, and I said, definitely.
Well, yeah.
I love you.
I love you too, buddy. I'm sorry you're in this.
Yeah, me too. Apparently Chris and Scott were there. Emily was there. Emily looks horrible. See, I was told not to even look back that direction. So.
Well, and that's what they said on TV. She didn't even turn and look at her family. That's pretty.
Well, I was told not to keep my head down.
Oh, we have something going on over here. Hold on. I thought I heard another voice in the background. I was like, wait a minute. What is that noise? Let's see what the judge is saying here. Okay, let's see what's going on. He's plugging his computers in. He's getting his cords all gathered up. It was cool to see him on the farm, though, walking around in a suit and tie, wasn't it? Ah, shoot. I'm sorry, Gail. It did the same thing to me, and let me just be honest. I could not get it to work. So what I ended up having to do was using Dale's phone number on instead, because I knew he didn't have a Discord.
All right, can we have the legal definition of each charge that is included in the indictment? That's what happened in my last trial.
Ooh, they must be getting
They asked
close.
for that, and then they asked for them again, and then I broke down and gave them in writing. Of the things that I have in writing, that's probably the thing I'm most comfortable with, but I will, y'all can tell me how you want to do it, whether we want to read it to them and give it to them in writing, or just read it to them and wait for them to ask the second time before I give it to them in writing.
They're getting into the legal definitions on the
discovered-
charging stuff. They must be close, you guys.
I think it was 3 trials ago, was then they had someone trying to speed write while I was reading and writing it off the thing.
If you want to break out your charge and be like, here's malice murder charge, here's ag assault charge, that's fine. Just send it to them.
In writing.
Just give them the charge,
Yes, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Do y'all want me to bring them in to do that, or you just want me to print it out and give it to y'all and let y'all look at it and give it to them?
I think print it out. It's the same version you got.
All right.
Just give it to them.
Let the, let's see, I actually have I gave y'all a printed one. Do I have a printed one?
I've got your version.
I think one of y'all gave me a printed one.
I have your version before your final version. You did a change.
Let me see what we got.
But I don't think you changed that. You removed, I think simple assault's what you removed.
From there, and then I can see it better.
Oh, you have a good weekend too, Elizabeth. Love you. And happy birthday!
Last trial, they wanted to walk through each instruction with the indictment as they were going through. Let me try to. I'll get rid of the.
Yes, Margaret. They came back with a question. They want the legal definitions of some of the words that's in the charges. So, in my opinion, they must be getting really close, you know. Hey, India. So the jury came back with another question. They came back with another question. They wanted to know what the legal definition of some of the words in the charging instructions were. So they're just going through to try to get them that information. I think that they're at that point where they're like, okay, this is what we all believe happened, and now, based on what these charging instructions say, we're getting ready to check some boxes on this form. And we need to make sure that this word means this before we check it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, P. Lola. Hello. Working, lurking, and hating that I can't just sit and watch. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Margaret says, here's a legal definition for him. Get a verdict now. Hey, Brenda. Hey, Brenda. She says, hey, Jenny and all my Crime Cafe friends. I've been lurking and trying to stay awake. I haven't been to bed yet. Ma'am, why haven't you been to bed yet? And why are you trying to stay awake if you haven't been to bed yet? What are you doing? Hey, Sherry, are you lurking, ma'am? Lurky, lurky. P. Lola, it was a disaster. It was a disaster. It was not good. We ended up not going last night either. I wanted to. We had planned to, but then it was raining and they had canceled it. Or they didn't cancel it. They had come to find out they had changed the day and I didn't know it. Didn't know it. So that's how that went. And I had such a headache last night. I don't know that I would have been able to have. I mean, I would have. I would have gone regardless, but another Friday verdict, right? Right. Brenda says, can't sleep thinking about this verdict. I have to drive to take a rental car back at 3. Ma'am, you don't need to be driving if you can't stay awake. Can I just say I love this community? It's... No, Jenny, I'm sorry, love. How do you change the day of Halloween? I know. Well, what they do is they always... they usually don't... I mean, they don't...
I mean, if I'm
Oh,
available,
hold
I
on.
need to go to the funeral home.
Uh-oh, he's going
Or
to the
it's
funeral.
actually at the church, but so I think that's at 1. So I may see if they want to work a little later, and then that way, if there's anything that I needed for it, I'll be back closer. But I can still be here in 30 minutes, regardless, because it's only across town. They have to go to the funeral home at 4 for another thing. Brody's thing is at 2? Okay. Well, then that may not matter. It says
2 to 3 is a visitation.
okay. And then the funeral's at 3. And then,
Celebration of life is at 3.
yeah. And then there's a thing after that. And then at 4 o'clock I have a thing for all right. We'll be at ease until I'll still check on them and see if they want to. Well, I guess if my thing's at 2, I'd rather them go ahead and break at 12. And then if they have a question or something, they come back. But I'll send. with whatever.
We'll all be around, so just text us.
After 2 o'clock, it may be closer to 30 minutes before I am back and available to do something if I go across town. All right, we'll be in recess till then.
Okay, so he apparently has some things to do this afternoon, and he's basically just said if they come back with any questions or verdicts after 2, it'll take him 30 minutes to get back to the courthouse. But before that, he can be back sooner. But apparently they're breaking at 12 for lunch. So it may be a while. Yeah, I know, Margaret. She was looking right at you again. We just had this whole conversation yesterday. She hasn't learned a thing. Yep. Hey, Shiraz. How are you, dearie? How are you, dearie? I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. It's good to see ya. It's good to see ya. Oh, back to P. Lola's changing Halloween days. Right? That's funny. But they always do they rarely have trick-or-treat night on actual Halloween night. It's always like, depending on when Halloween is, sometimes the trick-or-treat night is on Halloween, but it's not always. It just depends. They try to get it through the week, and they try to split like some of the different communities up into a couple different days, but anyway. Brenda's like, fine. I'm gonna get some sleep. Love y'all. Love you too. Get some sleep. Love all y'all, she says. Gosh, watch him yawn, scratch. He cracks me up. It'd be cool if the judge would just kind of hang out with us all, huh? Cooter, I really want to go back and listen to the audios again. That's what I want to do. I want to go back and listen to the audios again. Gil said, stay here, stay here, stay here. Hold on, I got a live Delphi trial update. Let me go click on this real quick, see what it's saying. It is crazy, Shiraz. It's very crazy. It's been insane. So I'm just going to say Nancy Grace, I love Nancy Grace, but I will say that Nancy Grace does not believe Richard Allen is innocent. She's not buying it. She's not buying it. She thinks Richard Allen is guilty. And you know what? He may very well be, but they haven't proven it yet. But according to Nancy, they have. She thinks that he's not insane. He did not have a psychotic break. This is on her Twitter. Yeah. Nancy is full on hardcore Richard Allen did it. Yeah. She has been for a while. I've heard some of her programs, but this tweet from her says, Nancy Grace live from Delphi. She was actually there a couple days ago. I think she was there for the morning, and then left at lunchtime. Nancy Grace thinks everybody's guilty. I know, right? But it says Nancy Grace live from Delphi, Richard Allen, and this is in parentheses, in quotes, okay? It says Richard Allen is not insane. He did not have a psychotic break. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's playing everybody. Will that include the jury? Listen to the full program, blah, blah, blah. Right, Gail, I know. Yeah, Kylie's mom, she did, right? I know it. I know it. Defense just started their case in chief, but I've admittedly lost track of everything in that case. I hate it, said Shiraz. It's sure been something. I know that. This is from Bob Siegel. He says Delphi Day 13. Jury has heard from an Indiana Department of Corrections mental health supervisor who told jurors how psychologists tell when someone has genuine psychosis versus faking it. Defense wants to show jury the video of Richard Allen in prison, but the prosecutor is objecting, leading to a long delay. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. It's a whole poop show. It's a whole poop show. Kylie's mom said, I apologize for the repeat question, but were there any other jury questions this morning before the one we just started? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see the question. No, not to my knowledge. I did not see any other. The only movement that I saw in the court so far this morning was just then what we've watched, but not anything prior to that. Shiraz says, I'll show up to mod, and I'm trying to follow Andrea's very detailed recaps, but right now it's just not something I really want to engage with. Well, I mean, I don't blame you, if it's not something that you can, I said it yesterday, something that Delphi is one of those that Mickey was making fun of me because I said bandwidth, but it's literally one of those cases where if you don't have the brain space, then you just don't have the brain space, Shiraz, I can imagine. Bob's chat has become stressful AF because everyone is fighting with each other. I hate all of it. I can believe that. I can believe it. I can believe it. India says, what was the questions? I'm trying to keep up, but it's a little busy this morning. No worries, India. The only question that they had was basically they wanted definitions of some legal words that were in the charging instructions. I can't remember what the words were, but it was, legal jargon definition stuff they wanted. That was it. That was it. I would not make a good moderator, Shiraz. I mean, I would be okay. I'm okay as far as like getting rid of trolls and stuff. That's fine. I can deal with that. But I have a hard time like deciphering between what is someone's opinion respectfully and what is, you know what I mean? I just don't like when people get argumentative. I can't deal with that. Can't deal with it. I avoid cases involving children, says Shiraz, but I got interested in this one because the judge was making some questionable decisions. But then they modded me, and I feel like I have to do my part. Well, I mean, the thing is, you know, as a moderator, that's a voluntary position. I mean, don't feel like you have to, you know, if you have to check out, check out. And I'm sure Bob and Allie can understand that. It's definitely not worth being stressed out over. He tolerates a lot of disagreement, which is great, but when it devolves to name calling, they get to sit in the corner. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I know, Gail. I put it up there because in case I did need to bounce or whatever. And I'm afraid to take it down because when I do, you know, if I have to jump out in a little bit or whatever, then I'm afraid I'll forget to put it back. But yeah. The name calling that's just stupid and ridiculous, and they can sit in a corner. Yeah. Oh, there's the jury box. There's the jury box. I've checked out a bit. I didn't mod last night. It's just gone into a lot of very detailed descriptions of what happened to those girls, and it's hard. Yeah. Well, the last while they've been going into some pretty hardcore descriptions about Richard Allen and his time in solitary confinement, and that's been tough too. You know. Kylie's mom said, "Oh yeah, I wanted to say huge respect to you for running both streams during Boone. You're a rock star." Oh, thank you, Kylie's mom. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was crazy. That was crazy. I had already decided long time ago that Sarah Boone was going to be at the top of my list. And I knew that it and Delphi were going to be like running close to the same time. And I was hoping beyond hope that we would have a live stream for Delphi, but that never happened, obviously. And so it was Sarah Boone was it for the win, right? But then we got caught up in this trial, the Farris trial, and I didn't realize that it was going to be as long as it has been. Then everybody got invested in it, and they were like, we got to know what's going on. So I was like, you know what? I might be able to stream 2 at a time. And by cracky, I did it. QB helped. Thank you. Shout out to QB. She's always a massive help when it comes to stuff like that. And she was actually yesterday, she was going to stream the, no, was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was the day before. It was the day before yesterday. She was going to stream for me starting at like 5:30 or 6. She was just going to take over for the verdict watch for this trial. And she was like, she's like, just let me know when you need me. I was like, okay. And then the judge is like, it's 5 o'clock. We're leaving. We're done for the day. So QB got off easy on Wednesday. So it was pretty fun, Shiraz. It was pretty cool. I mean, I did commentary like I'm doing here on the Sarah Boone trial, and then on the Farris trial, I didn't, because I can't do commentary on both. I just can't. So, but I did hang out in the chat in the other one, and that was easy to do because I could kind of keep tabs and I could see what was happening on my computer, but I couldn't listen to it because I couldn't hear Sarah Boone so I only have one set of ears. Gail says I quit even reading the chat when I'm catching up. Oh, right. 13 months in solitary is a lot. I'm not sure I'd be normal after that. Ugh. Patricia says, I can't wait for the Courtney Clinty OnlyFans trial. Is that ever going to happen? Seriously, is that ever going to happen? All I ever see is hearings. When is her trial even scheduled for? P. Lola says, I can't listen to what those two angels went through. May God keep them in peace. It was a lot. It was a lot. Hey, Mary Lou. Hi. Here, let me say hi to you. Hi, Mary Lou. Hi. I got my double glasses on. How are you, sweet Mary Lou? You working today? Or are you home today? I think I want to go. Let's get back over here to the phone call, though, real quick, because we were listening to that when the judge so rudely interrupted us with a jury question. Oh, you're at home today? Awesome. You're not sick or nothing, are you? Just a normal day off? I hope you're not sick. Open. Sorry, I'm just peeking in on this Lake and Riley motions hearing that's going on. I'm going to have to check that out later. Welcome back, Henny. Patricia said, still no date set. I think it's supposed to be early 2025. Okay. Where's Margaret? I know, right? Mary Lou said, day off today and tomorrow. Oh, that's cute, Gail. Gail said, hello, Mary Lou. Every time I see your name, that old Ricky Nelson song goes through my head. Mary Lou said she loved Ricky Nelson. Ah. Margaret's here. She says, I'm here. She's using both hands for coffee in her Tommy Tippy. She's like, I ain't gonna let go of this cup and hold it with just one hand. You want me to spill it everywhere? 'Cause she will. She will spill it. That's for sure. All right. So I have the trial, the Farris up on my other computer so I can see if the judge comes back. But in the meantime, I'm going to go back over here and we're going to start these calls back. I like to hear things over. You know how I am. I'm a weirdo. I could listen to the same thing over and over and over and still hear something else that I didn't hear the other times. Okay, Shiraz, go get some breakfast. Come back soon. I love when you're here. Love when you come and hang out with us. I don't know where QB's at, but I bet she's sad she's missing you. They call me the spiller. She's a thriller. She's a spiller. She's a midnight. Well, I should have said thriller for midnight thriller. See, I'm not a poet, Margaret. I can't come up with it. What's another iller word? What's another iller word? Chiller. Okay. Killer. See, you guys, there you go. Good job. They call me the spiller. Hold on, let me think. She's a killer. She's a spiller. She's a midnight thriller. Playing her, drinking her coffee in the sun. I'm sorry. I'm so lame. I'm so lame. Lauren, did somebody say Lauren? Oh, I see. Henny said Lauren says hi and love you all. Love you, Lauren. We miss you. There you go. There you go, Cooter. She's a spiller. She's a thriller. She's a midnight killer. Drinking her coffee on the run. Bow. Bow, bow, bow. What do you think, Margaret? Do you like it or nah? She's like, nah, y'all nuts. Ay, ay, ay. Let me see. Steve Miller is cringing somewhere. You're right. Miller would have worked too. Patricia says, I love anything you serenade us with. I can't help it. I can't help it. I love to sing. I love to sing. I love the Steve Miller Band, though. And I'm sure he is cringing somewhere. The Steve Miller Band. All right. So let's get back over here and let's listen to some more of this phone call. Phone call. Phone call.
Down and do not look to the back.
Right. Don't look back and don't show any emotion.
Right.
Wow.
Well, it's clear these two people really do, in fact, care for each other. All right, we'll hit the pause button on this trial, but when we...
That's true. I think that they do care about each other. I think they care about each other a lot. Who are these people? Hold on.
Story, so keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
One of the most successful true crime TV shows ever.
Okay, that was just a commercial. A commercial.
Pinocchio was singing loud today.
Yeah. Yeah. Still the chess game.
Very much so.
Uh-huh.
But please call Amanda.
Talking about the chess game again. That whole thing makes me think of, you know, them cahooting together to do something, you know. And then the whole forward and all. Those words, yeah. I don't know. That would have been a great serenade. Oh, well, yeah. Morgana and me and QB, yeah. We did. We all tried to sing Happy Birthday together. It was bad. It was bad. Cooter says, I don't think Rusty could have kept it to himself if they were cahooting. Maybe. Yes, Henny, the code language, yeah. Tried to sing, said Spins. Yeah, we did. We tried to sing Happy Birthday, and it didn't work well. It wasn't, right, Morgana? We couldn't get on the right time. Like, timing was really bad. It was really off. He seems easily flopped, and especially if he was recording and stuff, even if it was badly. Yeah. I don't know.
Explain to her. Because she said she had some questions for you. That she was, she said she hadn't to eat, so she hadn't slept, she hadn't whatever, and they had actually just...
Hey, Cynthia. Hey, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, was that for your birthday, Henny? Yeah, it was really bad, wasn't it? It was really bad. It was so bad. Oh, good morning, Cynthia. Halloween was okay. I had a really bad headache yesterday, all day yesterday into last night. And, yeah, so. Morgana says, poor Henny, I sincerely apologize. We did start laughing. It was really horrible. Okay. Is the volume seems really loud on this video. Let me turn it down a little bit because it's like jarring. Ooh, Patricia's doing an escape room tonight. We will see how this goes. I've never done one of those, but I think that they would be fun. I think that they would be pretty fun. I think so. All right. I'm going to hit the play button, and I think I hear my husband. I think he gets home early on Fridays. Let me go see if that's him. I'll be right back.
Left Michael just 2 minutes ago talking to him. So.
Okay. Well. Yeah, we'd be glad to talk to her.
That's a big, she said, I just got some questions that I want answered,
Right.
I said, Amanda, just remember that, you know, what this is. And remember what they can do at this hearing.
Right.
But yeah, you need to go back and watch the entire thing.
Okay. I will do that.
And keep it. But yeah, definitely watch it with, you know, him.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he told me that he had just settled a big court case that he thought was going to have him tied up all month. So he was going to be a lot more accessible. Wasn't really hoping that I needed him, but obviously we do.
Well, Michael told me, he said, Melody, I know it sounds bad. He said, but if you go back and watch it again, he explained to me what's not, you know.
Right. Yeah. I just hope he's got the knowledge that, you know, Manny said he had.
Have you checked on MJ lately?
I talked to her today after all this.
How is she?
She said, I think I'm going to need a pill. I said, yeah, me too. She said, well, come on over and I'll give you one.
I don't know how close that we are on time, but
8 minutes, 35 seconds from when it started springing, I think.
okay.
I don't know how long you got.
15 minutes.
Okay, well, let's don't waste it. Holler back at me when you can.
Well, I mean, this phone call is 15 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm gonna try to talk to Bobby, give him time to find that thing and see if he can watch it. I'll find it again and see if I can watch it.
I would have never not called you.
Huh?
I would have never not called you.
Thank you.
So when was did you recant?
2 weeks ago. I've been trying to ever since last year, and Bobby just said, well, you don't need to say nothing unless something happens, because if nothing happens, then it don't matter.
Right.
And I kept telling him all the time, Bobby, it's killing me that I said something wrong.
Well, even how they said it today in court, the second go around wasn't right. Well, there was nothing to tell you, so.
I know, and that's what I said. I told him that 50 times.
Well, there still is no evidence.
No, I think everything they've got can easily be explained.
Well, and I don't know that they've got anything.
Well, that's true, too.
Because there is nothing to have, because I didn't do anything.
Right. Oh. Well, just remember that Michael knows how sick he was and what he was going through.
I know.
Yep.
I do know.
I know, baby.
I know, and I'm not upset with you.
Thank you.
Just remember, this is all a, you know. If you do, you need to go back and really watch it, and all of it.
I will. I will.
I'll do my best to call you back tonight
Okay.
after you've watched it. See?
Yes. I'm going to watch it.
I love you.
I love you. Be strong.
I will. I promise you do.
I'm telling myself that every day, ever since last year.
So what did you make of that phone call? I want to check in with our guest, still with us, former public defender Gabrielle Higgins. Gabrielle, what did you make of that phone call?
I think I feel differently. I think originally I was going into it thinking that they were two co-conspirators of sorts, that she killed her husband and he's helping cover it up. But I don't feel that way. I think they both probably walked away from that call thinking that they didn't say anything incriminating. They tried to do a good job of speaking in code, Pinocchio. But I think the part that, for me, I would harp on in a closing argument if I'm the state is that there's still no evidence. Everything that they have can be explained, right? Like, that language seems to suggest that missing evidence, maybe they may have more knowledge about the missing evidence that they're letting on. And evidence I care about is, where is this murder weapon, right? Where is this scientific empirical evidence that's not tainted by the family history and this affair and the emotional stuff? That's what I'm sure some of the jurors are going to be looking for. And that language can be suggested to mean something else.
It can absolutely mean something else, because I interpreted it very differently. I heard it and I said, first of all, there's zero remorse of any kind in this woman's voice. And okay, we get that. She wasn't into her husband. She's into this guy. They clearly have some sort of relationship that they care about. But the exact words that you use, that there's no evidence, would you be saying that if you didn't commit this crime? That's not where I'd be going. And then she follows it up. It's almost as if she remembers that she's being listened to or it's being recorded, and she says, oh, there's no evidence because I didn't do this. That would be my first thing. It would be, you know what? I don't know why I'm here. They can't possibly have any evidence. I didn't do this. You know I didn't do this. So I interpreted it very differently.
I think what's important to recognize is the timing, right? This isn't a jail call that was recorded right after the murder took place, right? This is a jail call after a year. A lot has happened in that year. A lot of the shock and overwhelm that typically happens with finding out that a loved one is murdered is then not only coupled with the shock that comes with you being accused of that murder. There's time for that to kind of settle in, right? There's time for them to adjust and acknowledge that, yeah, I'm in a real pickle here. I have to really face this. My liberty's on the line, and what do I do about that? And I think that tone may be explained by them having a real conversation about what she's facing.
Yeah, fair enough. I can certainly agree with that at the end of the day. But again, it didn't sound like an admission to me, but it certainly sounded like someone who was guilty of this crime. Anyway, Gabrielle, I got to run. Thank you so much for joining us on this hour. Folks, that's going to do it for our 6 p.m. hour. But stick around. We have extended special coverage of this trial. Gabrielle.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay.
On July 4th, 2018.
She said that Gary was on the burn pile, and I said, what? And she said Gary was on the burn pile. And I said, don't say nothing else to me. I would assume yes, because you've got...
Quite rose to that level, but that'll be for the jury to decide. Let's get back into court.
This is the conversation that you had with the defendant after that came out in court, correct?
I would assume yes, because you've got the dates, so.
And in this conversation on the call that we just listened to, you were very concerned that she was going to be upset with you for what you told law enforcement about the burn pile, correct?
Correct.
You were concerned that she was going to stop talking to you, correct?
Correct.
And you were concerned that she was going to end the relationship with you, and you didn't want that to happen, right?
Right.
And then she tells you that Amanda is very concerned over this, right?
Yes.
Because Amanda got really upset because she did not know that you had told law enforcement that that the defendant, her mother, told you that Gary was in the burn pile. Is that right?
Right.
And so after this, you actually had to go talk to Amanda and Chad. Is that right?
They came to Tullahoma, if I'm not mistaken. They came to Tullahoma to get Melody's belongings, and that's when we had the conversation.
But you had to sit down with them and explain to them why you told law enforcement that the defendant told you that Gary was in the burn pile back in July 4th of 2018, right?
Yes.
And you're not disputing that you said those words in July 24, 2018. You said that the defendant told me Gary's in the burn pile.
Yes.
Right? You said that, correct?
I did.
That happened in time. It's something you said.
It did.
But what you're telling the jury is that you were treated in such a manner that you were so scared, and that's why you said it back in July of 2018.
Yes.
That the way law enforcement was treating you, the context, the circumstances of that interview were such a degree that you lost the faculty to control what you were saying, right?
That's exactly right.
That it was, quote, duress is what you said in this phone call, correct?
Yes.
But you will agree with me back in July the 24th of 2018, in that same conversation with law enforcement, you sat there with them for hours, right?
I don't know how long we were there. But
You can't remember how long you were there, right?
No.
You can't remember all the details, is that correct?
No.
But yet you can remember in June of 2019 saying, I misspoke. She said that some other date after the event. It wasn't on July 4th.
I remember that because Bobby Carter, my attorney, and I talked about it nonstop for however many months that was. So it wasn't a, miraculous thought. It was an ongoing conversation from day one.
So what we have is, you have one statement that you gave on July 24th of 2018 that the defendant admitted to you, a statement that she knew that she put that Gary was in the burn pile. We have that statement that you made, correct?
You do.
And then there's another statement almost a year later in June 25th of 2019, where you say, I recant that. She said that some other time, right?
That's correct.
But when you're talking to them in July of 2018, the 24th, when you're talking to them and saying Gary's in the burn pile, you're able to communicate with them and use complete sentences, right? You're talking freely, correct?
I was talking freely, yes.
Are you saying that you didn't have the ability to talk?
No, I had the ability to talk. You heard the words.
And you're saying that during this time, you agreed with me at parts during this interview that you were y'all were joking, have candy, and were sharing candy on the 24th, right?
I'm guessing that was the same time. I don't know. Was that the strawberry one?
The watermelon?
Yeah,
And that
watermelon.
would have been after the statement about the burn pile, right?
I don't know. Was it?
You don't remember?
No, sir.
So you agree with me that the defendant was worried about you talking and saying things, right?
Yes.
And she did tell you to stop talking to law enforcement and not say anything.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
You listened to another phone call, call 16, that was on July 8th of 2019. It was a conversation between you and the defendant in my office. You remember that? The second conversation that you listened to today.
Yes.
And that was a fair and accurate recording of a conversation between you and the defendant.
Yes.
So this time I tendered evidence, call 16. Call 16. It is only 5 minutes and 5 seconds, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed. Your call has been accepted.
Sorry.
What are you doing?
Just got through unloading the machine.
Wait.
You all right?
No.
What's wrong?
Well, you know, like a long time ago, I said stop talking.
Right.
I haven't done anything.
I know that, darling.
But somehow or the other, you know, what you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me.
I have not said anything other than the one time that I have retracted that, and they failed to show that retraction. I haven't said anything else. Because there was nothing else to say. There wasn't even that to say.
Well, what about a phone?
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. I got another, you know, blast. So, just making sure that you understand.
I do, baby, but there's nothing. You didn't do anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong. So there's nothing wrong with us talking.
I understand that.
And there's nothing wrong with us talking because there's nothing to talk about. Because
Exactly.
There's nothing to talk about. Yeah. So.
But I'm asking you to, if you get a visit,
I'm trying to get an appointment with Bobby.
thank you. Y'all need to get in touch with people here.
Yes. Yeah, that was my goal. I wanted him to talk to your guy.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Got to get a handle on this.
You know, the press took the one statement that was made out of fear, and they didn't pick up on the, you know, the retraction of it. So that obviously hasn't helped.
Well, Amanda is now really upset, so I'm related.
I tried to call her and she didn't answer, so I wondered what was up.
Sure, talk to MJ.
I did.
She okay?
Yes.
Where was she yesterday?
I don't know. I just told her I'd come by and she wasn't there. She said, well, she didn't know where she was. She'd been out of the room. So I tried to call her after you and I talked and she didn't answer. And then she did finally call me back. And she said then she was in the bathroom. So I told her I'd been by and she wasn't there.
All right. We get to go. Today's kind of an odd day, so please, if you get up with him.
Yes. I promise.
If you can get some things handled with my people.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
I love you.
be careful.
You too.
I love you.
I love you. I'm on Buzz Bobby right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Judge, I'm almost at a stopping point. That's maybe 5 more minutes, if that's all right.
All right.
Rusty, can you hear me?
Yes.
What I want to do is, there's a lot of stress in these matters, in these cases, is that right?
Yes.
So let me do this. Let me just add a little bit more light than heat. So let me take it down just a little bit. Did you hear on this phone call on July 8th of 2019, while the defendant's in jail, she said about a minute 15, I have not said anything other, right before that she says about a minute, roughly 7, but some type or other, you keep talking about you're going to single-handedly hang me. Did you hear her say that?
Yes.
And then y'all started talking about that one conversation that you retracted, right?
Right.
And that one conversation was the one that you made in your attorney's office on July 24th of 2018, right?
Right.
Are you a reasonable person? You try to be reasonable.
I would think so.
You would agree with me, would you not, that when you made this statement in July about the defendant telling you Gary's in the burn pile, when you made that statement, you and your attorney, very good attorney, Mr. Carter, had huddled up, just you two, for
All right, you're going to single-handedly hang me. It could mean many, many things.
Well, what many, many things could it mean, Mr. TV man? What many, many things could that mean?
But you were with your attorney, right?
Yes,
And you were paying your attorney, correct?
I was.
And you had 30 minutes or more to sit there and discuss what you were about to go do, right?
That whole 30 minutes was not what I was about to do. It was what I was just talking, I was so distraught that I wasn't even making sense. And he was trying to get me to calm down.
And you would agree with me that you then went back out knowing law enforcement was trying to get more information from you about what y'all talked about on the phone that night of the 4th, and then you said he's in the burn pile.
That's correct.
And you agree with me that the defendant in this jail call was very concerned with you talking, right?
Yes.
And the words she used were single-handedly hang me.
Yes.
That's not what an innocent person says, is it?
That I don't know. Who? What she said or what I said?
What she said.
Well, I guess if you were locked up and somebody had said something against you, you'd probably say that too.
Because if the jury believes what you said on July 24th, that she had knowledge that he was in the burn pile, she's guilty of murder, right? If it's true.
No comment on that one.
Because you don't want to comment, do you?
No.
Mr. Barton, I remind you, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, at this time, I'm going to be playing Barton 1, July 24, 2018 interview with Mr. Barton. I'm going to start playing at 1 hour and 28 minutes and play to approximately 1 hour and 42 minutes.
he's a very loyal person, and it's taken us some time to get here, but in the interest of self-preservation, you know, you can either be in the witness box, or you can be in the.
You want to pause and have him identify.
Was that Mr. Carter, your attorney, speaking?
I wasn't sure who it was. That's what I was trying to listen and see who it was.
Okay. Listen a little bit more, see if you can hear.
He's ready to talk about that conversation. But I asked him this before, leading up to that conversation. Had she ever indicated anything to you? Had she ever asked, had she ever given you any inkling or any...
Do you hear that to be Bobby Carter?
Yes, sir.
Indication that she intended to do him harm?
No. I have never heard that. I promise you, I have never heard that.
And that's you?
That's me.
Okay.
Before we start this, do you have any questions for me about anything?
No.
Can I just say a couple of things to you?
Sure.
That's Sergeant Pope?
Pope, yes.
Took us a while to get here, but nevertheless, that's just part of the business, and I want you to know that I understand your loyalty. And as I was telling him, it's quite refreshing because that's not present that much. But we did come up here for a purpose, and we came up here for this moment because not only do we believe it's a proper investigative technique, but we believe it's in your best interest. And as these things move out, sometimes they get ugly. And I think this is a situation that it might benefit you just to tell us about that. Also, I wanted to let you know what I told your lawyer, that I'm putting my name on the line too, because that's how confident I am in you and about what you're going to tell us, okay? And through this process, we're not going to do anything to surprise you. And we kind of view this as you coming on our side of the table, okay? And it may be uncomfortable, but I think it's something that needs to be done for yourself.
I think a reluctant witness is a truthful witness.
I would say that's a very strong and accurate statement. So at this point now, do you mind if Detective Hayes asked you? Okay.
Okay. Are you prepared to? I feel the best way to do this would be just to let you tell us what you want to tell us, and then if we have any questions at the end to fill in.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Well, you don't remember when the call was, but you remember the call.
Yes, I couldn't tell you. I honestly could not tell you the number of calls, the length of the calls, the time of the calls.
Would you like some?
Would you like to just start?
I think a lot of this, I will tell you that I think a lot of y'all's trouble getting out of him is he's testifying from memory, and y'all know the details of his life.
I understand that. So I don't think we actually need to go through the time. I think, because I don't want you to think we're putting you in a situation where we're trying to trip you up at this point. Is that accurate,
Absolutely
sir?
not.
I want you to, could you maybe diagnose the first call that would be an interest to us, not the time or anything about what happened?
I think there was only one conversation that is what you're looking for.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And it was the last conversation.
Okay.
And
Would it be safe to say there wasn't much talking after that?
No. No, that was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
And is that the last time you've spoken with her? No.
Because I talked to her. I talk to her I talk to her every day. But again, every day was just every day.
So when that, let's talk about that conversation that you feel.
Probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
Okay.
And that is everything, period.
You've discussed with her?
Period.
But she didn't say anything about?
Nothing before, nothing since. When I talked to her after that, it was just like it was portrayed to y'all, we're looking for Gary and...
Did she say, okay, so there was we ain't gonna get the time, so there was a couple phone calls that, that was later than usual for y'all that night. Did she say anything about anything that was going on inside the house that night? Nothing between her?
I mean, no. I mean, like I said, what we talked about, and I could not tell you any specific other than the horses were out and...
she did tell you that?
Yeah, that she had been out after the horses. And
now I know...
You think that's why was that her excuse for calling you that late?
Probably. She was up, she was awake, yeah. I mean, I didn't think anything about any of it until she said that, and then that's when I said...
So I want you to know, though, I don't want you to think I'm tripping you up. If there's anything else you know, this statement that you just gave us, in my opinion, is very damning for her, so there's no reason in holding back at this point.
No, then that's what this lasted.
If I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound. That was all of it.
That was all of it.
That was everything that she said that had anything to do with whatever happened.
But that's pretty, I mean...
And I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
I don't know when happened or what happened.
And here's the thing, at the time that statement was made, you got to remember, he wasn't even reported as missing.
I agree with you.
Right?
Me and him's going to step out and talk.
Yeah, sure.
1 second, okay?
You don't want us to
I want you to know we're fine with... I appreciate us getting to this point, though. I'm going to step outside and talk to him real quick.
That's your...
Just for the sake of attorney and client, our recorders are still going.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of people up here that wouldn't have reminded me of that. I mean, did you freak out? You freaked out, huh? Yeah.
It was like...
A surreal.
Yeah.
I think things in this business that happens. I mean, while they were happening, I thought this can't really be happening.
Yeah.
Kind of like,
yeah. I just couldn't. I was like, what?
We're not holding back at this point.
No, that's it.
That's enough.
Well, that's it. That's all there is.
I mean, did you feel like any of this was building? Looking back on it, those conversations.
No, I didn't see that coming at all. And literally when the TBI showed up, I was just in shock because I was like,
That would have been a couple of days after that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That would have been. If she talked to you on Wednesday morning or Tuesday night, and they showed up at Friday afternoon.
Specific ones for that day.
Yeah, I'll explain it. You just say which ones you want.
Can you explain it to me?
All right, so we'll go into specifics. I know you don't remember. Maybe this will help refresh your memory, okay?
And I want you to know we're not trying to end the specific time because sometimes it gets muddied up in it. And out of curiosity, were you actually on Tylenol PM or anything like that? You were? Okay.
And Crown.
And what?
Crown Royal.
Okay. Would you say you were intoxicated?
Well, probably had been.
Were you groggy?
Yeah.
So that day there was...
But I think he wants to make clear to y'all that this was pretty much the last thing in the conversation that was said. So he would have had time to...
but I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to say you're lying because we're trying to build this foundation of trust because we have had situations where we kind of caught you in...
Well, and they don't want to get surprised at trial. They don't want some lawyer picking up something at an angle that they've not covered with you.
You know what I'm saying? So... was there anything else? Did she say, I hit him with an axe or...
No. And I told Bobby, I said, I don't know. She didn't say anything about
the mechanics.
How, what, when, where,
so
nothing. Who.
When the TBI came up here to your door,
I was in shock.
But you were certain that Melody had murdered him.
Well, I'm still not certain, but
But she had knowledge.
The indicators were now, that.
I think the way you described this to me is it was almost surreal.
Yeah.
Like, this is really happening.
Yeah.
Natural human curiosity, though, tells anyone that hears that statement that the logical next step is, what do you mean? Not, whoa, don't tell me nothing else.
Well.
So and again, we're not accusing you of being a liar, but it's a hurdle we're going to have to overcome.
My assumption.
You understand that's going to be defense lawyer. The defense lawyer is going to cross-examine you about the context of that statement.
And he's looking way out in front. I'm going to call my supervisors when I leave here, and what? And I'm going to have to explain to them.
Like, that don't make no sense.
I'm going to have to explain to them your logic that I don't know. I can't interpret your logic of.
Yes.
So if that's not. You did say, I did say, what do you mean? Because
I just want you to know, we view this as you being on our side of the table.
I am, because I'm on my side of the table. And your side of the table is the side to be on.
They want to get out in front of cross-examination material. They don't want to be caught by surprise.
Well, and then we also, that is a very important, but we also want to be able to validate your statements to make that.
They're going to have to sell you as a witness to the prosecutor.
And we still have to overcome the fact that out of a 6-7 month period of phone records, the night that Gary was killed is still the only night in the middle of the night that y'all are talking. And I'm sorry, your 2:20 in the morning phone call was for 35 minutes.
That's a 35-minute conversation. So
is that 2:20 y'all's time or 2:20 ours?
I believe these are in Central Time.
Our time.
Okay. Is it our time?
Whose records are those?
These are Melody's records.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Yeah, most likely. So that'd be 1:20 your time. I feel like there might have been a little bit more to that conversation. Just out of my instincts.
If I was going to tell you this, I would tell you if there was anything else. I mean,
did she ask for
this or this? Is the same thing.
Did she ask? Well, yeah, you're right when it's tipping the scale. That's right. To make the decision.
So if I'm going to step across the line, it's like being a little pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not pregnant. I'm either across the line or not.
That's really a damn great analogy.
That's what was said. And I said, don't tell me nothing I don't want to know. So did I assume the worst? Yes, I did. Obviously, I did.
Yeah. So in your own words, it's, when she said he is in the burn pile, what was your assumption?
That she had something to do with him.
Yeah.
That he was dead and burning up?
Because I don't think, that he was dead and burning up.
Now, you said that he was obsessed with fire.
Oh, he was
I don't know how that plays into this, but...
No, I don't either.
Yeah, that's
always burning something. Yeah. Always burning something. Yeah. So...
that crazy people are obsessed with fire.
Yeah, but the evidence suggests that...
Yeah, I'm not...
Not, I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is that's what was said, and that's what I said.
And you said something to the effect, what? When she said Gary's in the burn pile. Or he's in the burn pile.
He's in the burn pile. I said, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Okay, so...
I'm stopping at 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 4 seconds. 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 4 seconds. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Oh, wow. Just wow, right? Seems like, I don't know, I just feel like Gary said something and then he tried to walk it back and there ain't no walking that back. I'm just saying, there ain't no walking that back. Nope. Do y'all want to see Martha Jane's? Let's watch Martha Jane again. Martha Jane. I love her so much. I know, P. Lola, right? The only way I can make it make sense in my head that she did it alone was if she shot and killed him right there at the fire pit. That's it. That's the only thing I can make sense in my head. That's the only thing I can make sense in my head. So we're still waiting on a verdict in this trial. And, we're waiting on that. The judge said they were going to break at noon for lunch. So, agree and at close range. Yeah. I'm just wondering if it's a situation where she snuck up on him. Like he didn't see it coming. I don't know. But they were supposed to break at lunch at noon. I'd say they'll probably have a half hour, 45 minute, maybe an hour lunch. Who knows? But hold on, let me see. I was looking at some of these. Someone's saying in the chat, in the Law and Crime Network chat, that says, how did Melanie know Gary shouldn't have had that much damage to his body? Telling Rusty that. And that statement bothers me too. Gary shouldn't have had that much damage. Sometimes the chats are decent, and then other times they're just a toxic dumpster fire, right? In those bigger chats, in those bigger channels, you just never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates. Someone said Rusty's turning on Melody to COA, right? Cover his own AWS. Probably convinced Martha Jane to come forward. Also, Jenna magically appears with a revelation. Dirty biz. Okay. Well, I want to listen to Martha Jane again because I didn't catch all of her testimony, but I caught parts of it. Her pretty hair. God love her. But she sure told a lie. She fibbed.
Your office called me and asked me some questions and told me, or asked me if I knew the trial was starting. That was a shock. Okay. I did not know that. So that's the way I knew it was going to be on, but I didn't know.
You're talking about weeks before the trial when we talked?
Right,
okay.
Right. Well, then someone called me and told me I didn't know about Court TV. And they told me, so I looked and looked and finally found that may not even have been the first day.
How'd you look?
I have a Kindle, and I Googled.
Well, Miss Martha, that's not true, is it? You don't have a Kindle. How many Kindles you got?
Well, I have two. I have two of everything.
Did you bring the two with you?
I did.
To read?
Uh-huh.
All right, so did you Google it or something?
I Googled Court TV, Melody Walker Farris, Cherokee County. And I finally found, and I don't even know what the first was. And like I said, this would have been after 10 o'clock.
How much of the trial have you Now,
I did, and then let's see, this is the third week, is it?
yes, ma'am.
I didn't watch any after I talked to you all.
Talking about last week?
Yeah.
Did we tell you to stop watching?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Up to that point, had anybody told you not to watch it?
No.
Okay. And did you see Rusty testify?
I saw part of his testimony.
How did that make you feel?
Disappointed.
After seeing Rusty testify, did you make a phone call to Cherokee County?
I did.
How did you, who did you call?
Well, I Googled Cherokee County Detention Center, and it came up 3 names, sheriff and their number. I don't remember the second, and then the criminal investigator, and I called that number.
How were you feeling when you called that number?
Oh, I had a heavy, heavy heart.
Did you sleep the night before?
I have worried about this for a long time.
Do you remember who you, I think that was last Friday, October 18th, is that when you called? Today's Friday.
I believe so. I believe it was a week ago today.
Now, I have around 10 o'clock our time, so it'll be about 9 o'clock your time. Is that about right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember who you talked to at the sheriff's office?
Detective Hand.
Hand? Mm-hmm. Hand, thank you. Now, how was he to you?
He was very nice. He told me his name. I didn't even tell him my name. I think I started out with, I have a heavy heart. And then I told him that I had a gun that was missing. And then
let me
he
talk.
asked me my name.
Yes, ma'am. Let me talk to you about some guns. I want to talk about. Now, Roy Sr. was a jokester, wasn't he?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention, I believe, and you tell me if it's not right or if it's around that time. I want to turn your attention to, well, before I get there, did you buy Mr. Roy a certain type of pistol?
I did. I bought him a .357 Magnum.
Do you remember what year you bought that pistol for him?
No. No, I don't.
Do you remember?
It would have been.
What decade are we dealing with?
It would have been probably in the early 80s.
Okay. You remember where you got it from?
No, probably, but I don't remember exactly. We had a gun shop out of Winchester, which was a neighboring town. A Ray Judge that everybody went and bought guns from. And so you men have a way of hinting and telling what you want. This was the second gun that I had bought there for him. And the first, I got my uncle, Melody's grandfather, to go with me to buy a Remington. I should know, I knew 1100, I think. You dove hunt with it.
Okay.
And you can skeet shoot with it.
Now, did Mr. Roy like to hunt?
Oh, yes. Yes.
What kind of hunt did he like to do?
Well, turkey, dove, deer. When he was growing up, squirrels and rabbits.
Did he and Rusty ever go hunt together?
They did. He went, they dove hunted every year. They deer hunted, turkey hunted, and then they made 3 trips to Canada, black bear and caribou.
You told me yesterday, I think, well, first time was yesterday, the first time you and I ever met in person.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And was I nice to you? Was I nice to you?
You were very nice.
Okay. And you told me about Mr. Roy had a long shot one time. What was that?
Oh, it was over 600 yards for a caribou.
Where was that at? You remember what country?
In Newfoundland.
Now, at some point, now I want to turn your attention to, I believe, maybe 1979 at Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to Mr. Roy being a kind of a kid or a jokester, did you get a unique Christmas gift that year?
I did.
Was Rusty there?
Yes.
First of all, tell us how you would celebrate Christmas with a different family. What was y'all's procedure?
Christmas Eve, we celebrated with Roy's mother and daddy. And then on Sunday before Christmas, we would celebrate with his children. And then as they had grandchildren or had children. And then on Christmas Day with my family. And this particular year, Roy gave me, and he had gone and wrapped this, I know he took the paper at his mother's because my Christmas presents were wrapped that matched the tree. And this was this red and white paper, and he gave me the box, and it was heavy, and I opened it up, and there was a gun on top, but there was a brick in the box, and he had the gun. Well, of course, he had to tell me what kind it was.
Okay, what kind of gun was it?
It was a .38 Special, and he said it was called a Saturday Night Special. Saturday night.
Was it a long barrel or short barrel?
Short.
How short?
Oh, it was this, it was very short, and he told me that I could use it. It was for my protection.
And when you got the gun, did Mr. Roy do anything else with the bullets?
He had rolled up $100 bills, and they were rolled up about like a toothpick and stuck in each cartridge. And of course, he joked that that's the only way he could get away giving me a gun. And that's probably all I saw.
Now, this pistol, did it have a holster?
It didn't then, but he got a holster for it.
What kind of holster was it?
It was just a leathery looking, it wasn't a thick leather, very slick, and it didn't have the belt on it. It was just to put the gun in, so that he wanted me to keep it in my closet. In our bedroom, his closet was on his side, mine was on mine, and he kept his .357 Magnum in his and wanted me to keep mine in mine.
And
I never did touch or hold it. I kept mine under my nightstand.
The
where no
38?
one could see it.
You talking about the .38 pistol?
Uh-huh.
But the holster was a leather holster?
It was.
Miss Martha, you said Mr. Roy kept his gun on his side in his closet?
In his closet.
When you called law enforcement, you told them this information you're telling us now, is that right?
Yes.
I had to look it up because I didn't know. Tell them how you described your closet.
Fibber McGee's, and you all may not know, it's an old cartoon, and if you open your closet door, you're liable to get hit in the head with something.
Now let me go back. Your husband, ma'am, I'm sorry, when did he pass away?
2014.
And Mr. Roy did he get sick around that time, or was it a little before?
The day that I went to Nashville to schedule my surgery, he had a second stroke. And from that time on, he was either in the hospital or nursing home.
And would you have to go to doctor's visits and things around that time too?
Mm-hmm.
Did At some point, after Mr. Roy passed away, did Melody come up, or during that time, was she helping you go to the doctor's appointment?
She did.
Was she staying with you during these times?
She did.
Now, after Mr. Roy passed away, tell the jury what you did with the 357 Magnum pistol, Roy's pistol, and your 38 pistol special. Tell the jury what you did with it.
In one of our spare bedrooms, I had it wasn't a cedar chest, but it was a chest type that had quilts, sheets, that sort of thing. And I took those guns and put them in the chest. There was a TV on top of the chest. I don't remember, but I put a lot of stuff on top of the chest so that I didn't think anybody would look in the chest. It was too much trouble.
Did you personally put those in there?
I did.
Just those two guns?
Just those.
Let me show you some photographs. This is the first one in Barton 1.1. Do you recognize, did we come up and pick you up to come to court today?
Yes.
And were you there when they were able to take some photographs of this?
I was.
Tell the jury what this is a photograph of.
This is a gun safe that we have. And I guess because those guns had been upstairs and Roy wanted them for my protection, I put them in the chest instead of in the gun safe.
This is photograph 2 for you. Did you also find some 38 special ammunition?
I did.
Is this the box that looked like?
Yes.
Do you remember what all ammunition you had for the 38 special through the years?
On my shells that were there, it was a box that had a TGY, which is an old, it hadn't been in business forever. And that's where my shells came from, but they weren't there.
And this is the shells that they opened up while you were there?
Yes.
That's 4. And then this is Ms. Barton, in Barton 5. Those are the box of shells?
Yes.
Judge, I think I've tendered all those in, but I'm going to tender 5 in too.
All right. Objection?
No.
So moved.
Then 6, did the 38 special pistol, I'm going to ask you some questions later on, but just right at the moment, did the pistol go missing?
It did.
Did you start looking for things in your house?
I did.
How much did you tear your house up and things in the house looking for it?
Oh, I knew that it was only upstairs. And I looked everywhere. Closets, dressers, chests.
Do you have how many, you don't have any children, ma'am?
I don't.
But you have a niece and nephew are close to you?
I do.
And then, is it Jennifer?
Yes.
Did she encourage you to look before you came down here for us?
Yes.
Did you go back and look through the house again?
We did a complete search.
Does Jennifer love you?
She does.
She want to make sure you look through the house?
Yeah.
Now this is...
even said, she called and said, how did you know it was a 38? Well, Roy told me.
Now this is number 6 for you. It's a photograph of a sock. See that?
I do.
Do you know whose sock that is?
I don't know whose sock it is. I'm sure It's Roy's. There were some shells down in it, and he would, of course, he had 4 to 11 hunting coats, and hunting, he had a backpack and everything else that, and of course, he had 4 to 11 hunting coats, and hunting.
Did she just say he had 4011 hunting coats? Is that what she just said? I gotta play that back again.
He had it, and he would, of course, he had 4 to 11 hunting coats, and hunting, he had a backpack and everything else that you could imagine for hunting.
Did you find anything in his pockets in the hunting clothing?
Yeah, I found that, and peppermint candy. He was so afraid he'd get a coughing spell that he'd always carry peppermint candy with him.
Judge, I'm Tim Evans in Barton 8, which I thought previously considered just for the record.
All right, any objection?
No.
All right, submitted.
And Ms. Martha, this is the sock with the bullets that you found in there?
Right.
Did you find any other ammunition for a 38 special in your house?
No.
But you said some were missing? Were some bullets or ammunition missing?
My, that went with my gun, he bought me a box of shells to go with my gun.
Okay.
And they were missing.
So it's not those boxes of...
No, because it was...
Do you remember the brand of the one?
TG&Y, which was in the mall, and he just went there and bought the shells for me, but they weren't there.
Do you know what kind?
Hey, good morning, Adam. We're just watching back some of the Martha Jane. She was one of the witnesses in the Melody Walker Farris trial. We're still on trial watch for the Farris, not trial watch, verdict watch. And in the meantime, we're just watching back some of the testimony and calls and stuff that happened during the case or during the trial. That's what we're doing, and I'm getting ready to go use the potty and grab me another cup of coffee. How are you this morning, Adam? Well, it's not morning for us now, but anyway.
What brand they are?
No, I didn't know.
These are the bullets that you found in the sock and then photograph 8. 9, just as safe again. All right. What is this one?
That's a 357 Magnum.
That's Roy's gun?
Yes.
Now, in this photograph 11 for you...
Oh, no. No.
All right, I'll go...
You were supposed to do a close-up.
Ms. Martha, I'm on 12 now. Just tell the jury what that room is.
Have you ever heard of a junk room? I'm trying to go through and get rid of, I'm gonna have to downsize. And I move things in there. But this is the chest at the end of the bed. Now, I've still got things piled on it, but I had a TV and I don't know what else.
Hey, Kayleen. Yeah, she's like, oh, no. She covered her eyes. She did not want to. She's embarrassed because now people's seen her junk room. She is absolutely adorable. I love her so much. She cracks me up. Oh, no.
I would get, or I do get, my nephew Bruce, who is, he's 59, and sorry I told that Bruce, and then my Jennifer, my niece, is a little boy, 15, and so he carries things, they both carry things down and carry to Goodwill for me.
And as we go through this, tell the jury, this is photograph 13. Is it correct you moved your 38 and the 44 your gun and Roy's gun, you put them upstairs in this chest here, is that right, that we see in the photograph?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what year you put those up there?
Yes, it was 2019.
2019 that you put them up there?
No, it was 2019. No, I don't remember exactly. It was after Roy died that
That's,
I put them up there.
that's
So it was
sweet,
after
Cherie.
2014
Okay.
that I put them in there. It was 2019 when I discovered they were missing.
Okay, that's what I want to.
The 38 was missing.
What I want to ask you is, and I'm going to show you a picture, I'm going to go back to it. This is number 13. This is number 14, the photograph. And then, let me back to 14. I'm sorry, Miss Martha. And then, this is 15, just kind of the contents of the chest. As we took them when these were taken recently, right?
Yes.
After the defendant was arrested in 2019, did you go upstairs to do something with the, I guess, TV and other stuff with this chest?
We were taking some things to Goodwill. And so we looked in the chest. And at that time, I had quilts and sheets. And I had it down under. And when we looked, just the 357 Magnum was there.
You said, was there a moment that Melody, before she was arrested, before everything happened with Gary, was there a time that she was at your house and you told her where some things were in your house?
There were, yeah, yes.
Do you remember how you described that to law enforcement, that moment? You said you had a certain type of moment.
When I told her? Yes, she was there with Ella, her grandchild. And I mentioned some money that I had in a dresser. And that it was more or less that if I needed something, those things were there.
Did you talk about where your pistols were?
I just told her that the pistols were in there.
And Melody was that?
In that chest.
And do you remember what year that was?
No. Oh, well, yes. It was the year that Emily got married because Ella came up.
Now,
in 2016.
when you told the defendant, do you remember how you described that you had a certain type of moment when you told, I apologize, when you told Melody about that? Why did you have some hesitation now looking back on when you told her?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, it's gone. I don't even know why. Melody and I were very close. She had come and done things for me during this period of time. And before that, she was the only child, baby in our family for 5 years. And my parents divorced when I was in about the 7th grade, and we moved in with my grandparents, who were her great-grandparents. So we had a closer connection because when her mother, grandparents came to see his mother and daddy, we were there. So we were very close.
Did you have
In fact, her grandfather gave me away at my wedding.
Now, outside of the defendant, I think you said Ella, did you tell anybody else where your pistol was?
No, no.
Specifically in that chest, did you tell anybody?
No.
Did you have a weak moment when you told her where some things were in your house?
I did.
Why was it weak?
Well, looking back on it, it was weak.
After you were watching Rusty testify, did you hear him and me ask him about guns in your home?
Yes.
When you heard that, what did you think?
Boing. I hope they.
Well, let me ask you this way.
Okay.
When you heard that, did you start thinking about the gun?
I thought you would call me. When the two different officers came to question me, they never, well, you heard the tapes, they never asked me if we had any guns. And that was kind of surprising because they seemed to know, about us. But
no one had asked you about any missing pistols? After hearing Rusty testify, did anybody know you were calling law enforcement?
no, they didn't. It was, no. I just picked up that, I picked up the Kindle and it
Was it weighing on you?
had been heavy on my heart.
Did you feel like you just had to tell the jury about it?
I felt like it was the right thing to do.
Judge, I might just have one more.
Mr. Ray? Yes, please.
Ms. Parker, you just said that it was the right thing to do, right?
I did.
Okay. But you knew that gun was missing for the past 5 years.
Oh.
You just testified it was too.
So this attorney, he gets a little rough with her. I mean, I don't know that I could do that. You know what I'm saying? If I was the defense attorney, I don't think that I could, be hard on her. But he is. And I'm just like, oh, chill out a little bit. I mean, he's not hardcore, but he's still a little, I felt bad for her. But, yeah. He kind of catches her in a couple little fibs. In my opinion, anyway.
2019.
Yes, from, when I broke my arm and got out of the, she was arrested when I was broke my arm and foot.
I just asked you, 5 years later is the right time.
I was trying to figure out how long it'd been. Okay, 2019, yeah.
Okay. That's when it's the right time to let people know that the gun was missing. Right?
It had.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. After you've watched a 3-week-long jury trial.
I did watch it every day and all of it.
Okay, let's go through. Who all did you watch? Did you watch Scott?
Part of it.
Okay. How about Chris?
A little bit.
Jenna?
Who?
Jenna?
No, I didn't see
Emily?
I saw part of Emily.
How about any of the experts? Dr. Atkinson?
Who is he?
Medical examiner?
I saw part of him.
How about the GBI agents that tested the bullets?
I may have seen that one.
Okay. How about Thrasher and all of the forensic people that were at the house?
I saw parts of those.
Okay. How about all the photographs? Did you see them putting the photographs in?
No.
Okay. Well, just like they do here, you didn't see that on your screen?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to some of this. So, in 2018, you were investigated, or not investigated, you were interviewed by law enforcement 2 separate times, correct?
Right.
Right. That was by TBI agents as well as Detective Hayes and Detective Boat.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you recall that during your interview with Detective Hayes, you recall Melody talking to you on July the 5th, right?
Yes.
What you looking at?
I'm looking at this.
Oh, let me get that. I just need you to testify from memory, okay?
Oh, okay.
If I need to refresh your memory, we will. But you talked to Melody while law enforcement was actually at their house, right?
No. They didn't come to my house until after 9 o'clock that night.
No, I know that. What I'm asking is when law enforcement was at Melody's house, Melody called you on her phone.
Oh, from her phone.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. And that would have been on July the 5th.
Yes.
Okay. And you told law enforcement that Melody was crying when she spoke to you.
Yes.
And that, in fact, her world had been turned upside down.
That's,
correct?
It has, as far as I was concerned.
Now, going to what Melody never told you specifically not to talk to the police, right? She said their attorney told her to tell people.
She told me that the attorney told.
Melody's never told you anything to tell law enforcement?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Now, you've known Gary was shot since 2018, correct?
And she said, yes. When I may have known he was shot.
Okay. Let me, just because you kind of on the fence, transcript. Now, I'm going to show you, this is not a certified transcript. This was prepared by the district attorney's office. What I want to do, I'll point to a line.
Okay.
And this is where your testimony was. Now, the first thing you're going to want to do when I show it to you is start reading it out loud. I just
Okay.
need you to read it to yourself, okay?
I'm sorry, you said testimony. Is this a preliminary or is this an interview?
No, this is an interview.
Okay, so it's not testimony.
Oh, sorry. I meant transcript, I think.
Yes.
So, not a certified transcript. So, ma'am, so you see M. Barton, that's you up here. So if you read from there down to there.
Just a month.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So in that interview, you make the statement that at least someone had told you that Gary had been shot in 2018.
Right.
Okay. Now, do you also recall in that interview, I think Mr. Fogus asked you, did they provide you with both of the recordings of your interviews from the TBI and the...
Yes.
Okay, so you listened to both of those?
I did.
Do you recall talking with them and telling them where you came up with your own theory about what happened?
Did someone had come off the road and, yes. I did.
Someone had come off the road and encountered Gary?
Yeah, that
Okay.
to rob, something had happened.
And you also remember telling law enforcement that you didn't think Melody could do this because Gary was her livelihood.
I'm sorry.
It's my voice, it's starting to go out. You remember stating to law enforcement that you didn't think Melanie could do this because Gary was her livelihood.
I didn't.
And in fact, you said that Melody did not know if they even had money, right? Melody didn't know how much money they had, where it was at, anything like that.
She didn't have any control over that.
Okay. Melody had nothing in her name.
Nothing.
Gary controlled all of the money.
Right.
Okay. And he controlled it with an iron fist somewhat, didn't he? To the best of your knowledge?
She was able to buy pretty much what she wanted, but the cards or whatever she used, the notice went directly to him, and he would know
Yeah, he would know what she was
what
buying when
she'd
she bought it.
spent. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, moving on from that a little bit, you'd also talked about you got a woman that cleans your house, right?
I do.
Does she still clean your house?
No.
Was she in 2018?
Yes, she came while Melanie was there.
When did she stop cleaning?
Just before COVID, she had to have a hip replaced. And then, of course, COVID came, and then she had to have her other hip replaced.
Oh no, India. India said jury's asking to watch all the testimonies. No. No. I just thought that it would be interesting to go back and watch some of it. So I'm pulling it back from court TV just because I didn't catch all of Martha Jane's testimony myself. So yeah. Cherie says, as you get older, the memory is not the best. It's no wonder she keeps saying, let me think for a minute. Yeah, poor thing. Ooh. Wonder what that's about. I just got a thing from the docket on the Twitters saying the FBI is conducting an investigation at John Paul Miller's house concerning Micah Miller. Remember him, the preacher, his wife took her own life, allegedly. Remember that story? Apparently, the FBI is conducting an investigation at his house. I've been waiting on something big to break in that case, in that situation. I really have. Sorry, I went there and fixed me a whole big fresh hot cup of coffee. And then fixed me a big giant, hold on. I'm going to see what this looks like in the green screen because my cup is green. Look at, oh, well, it works. It shows up. But yeah, got this big giant tumbler full of water because I don't drink enough water. I go in spurts where I drink a lot of water and times when I don't drink a lot of water. So I made me a cup of coffee and a big tumbler of water so I can go back and forth. Anyway, all right, let's get back to Miss Martha Jane. Thank you, India. It's super pretty, right? I got it on Amazon. And I like it. I like it a lot. It's just a cheap knockoff Stanley, you know. Okay. I'm showing off all my cups. I know, right, P. Lola? I'm a cup person. This one that I have right now, my black coffee mug with the gold lettering on it, it says Boss Lady. I'm hardly a boss lady, but anyway. I love cups. Have you seen the knockoff Stanleys at Hobby Lobby? No, I have not. I haven't been to Hobby Lobby in a while. They're only $12? Wow. Are they metal, though? I mean, I'm just wondering. That's pretty cool, though. I'll have to check them out. All right. They're metal and they keep ice cold for a long time. Okay. $12. You can't beat that. I'm going to have to check that out. I'm going to have to look. I'm keeping an eye over here on the actual trial, on the actual live stream. And there's nothing. So, just waiting. Not seeing a thing. As soon as I see something happening, though, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. All right, let's get back to sweet little Miss Martha Jane.
How often was she at your house? Between 2018 and 2020? The cleaning lady?
Every other week.
Every other week, so twice a month?
Right.
Sounds about right, P. Lola. Yeah, sounds about right.
I guess it's the same thing said different ways.
Well, she just came every other week.
Every other week, okay.
Better.
Every other week.
Yeah.
Now, you have this lady, and you actually told law enforcement that whenever you go into the nursing home, you're taking her with you?
Yeah, I did.
But you also...
She takes care of me.
But you also had some complaints about her, right? She'd move stuff around when she cleaned.
Oh, she redecorated it.
And you said you couldn't even walk around your own house after she got done cleaning?
Oh, no, it wasn't that bad. It was just that she would just move. For instance, she comes and decorates for Easter and fall and Christmas. And I guess when she came Easter, she walked in and she said, "Oh, I've decided we're going to move this picture that was in the landing and one that was in the den," and she just took it and moved it. But she cleaned houses for the wealthy people in Tullahoma. Mm-hmm. They had a lot better taste than I did. And okay. She knew, and I never complained about what she did.
Oh, no, I understand. But she did move things around in your house.
Just that. And she wasn't in the closets.
You did state that she likes to get stuff out of the closet, right?
No, she didn't get out of the closet. When she first started cleaning, she did a cleaning of the closet, but, she did get my clothes out for me when I broke my arm and foot and sent them to the nursing home, what she thought I needed to wear, which I ended up wearing.
And that's fine. Do you stay at home with her while she's cleaning?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Either Roy was there most of the time. Because I still work.
Yeah, you were still working at the bank.
Right.
Okay, so, even after Roy passed away in 2014, she continued to be there up until 2020, right? You said she left at COVID.
Well, whenever it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also had talked to law enforcement a little bit about there had been a man break into your house.
Oh, that
or not
was
not
like
a man. I'll say there was
2010.
a boy had broken into your house.
Yeah, that was in 2010.
Okay. You also have a niece and nephew. I think your nephew is Jennifer, and I just know your nephew's last name is Brayton.
Bruce.
Bruce Brayton. Okay. Now you had talked about Melly had a key to your house. Doesn't Jennifer and Bruce have keys to your house?
They do.
Okay. Who else has keys other than, I assume, the cleaning lady? Did she have a key?
I guess probably did. Roy was always there. I don't. She may have a key.
So let's just, and I'm talking, relevant time periods, 2018, 2019. So Melody's got a key, cleaning lady may have a key, Jennifer's got a key, Bruce has a key, and there may be other people with keys.
No. Well, you're Rusty.
Rusty's got a key. So at least 5 people.
During all this time, my niece was not coming to my house.
During 2018 to 2019? Okay, but if you weren't there, you wouldn't know she was there, right?
Well, no, I wouldn't know, but she...
And I was just asking, she does in fact have a key, though?
She does.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna come back to that. Well, let me just go ahead and ask, have you talked to, because you got down here Wednesday night, right?
Right.
Did they put you up in a hotel?
Oh, they did.
Did anybody come with you?
No,
Jennifer didn't come?
no,
Okay. Bruce didn't come?
no,
Have you talked to Bruce, let's just say this week?
no.
So you wouldn't know that my office called and spoke to Bruce?
No.
Okay. Now, the bullets that you were talking about, sitting way over there, I couldn't hear you. The bullets you were saying were missing, not the Winchesters that we have in the box. So, can you say it again, what brand those were?
I don't know.
Or you kept saying they were something, and I think there was a store. I can't figure out what you were saying.
Well, it's no longer in bid. There was a TGNY.
TGNY?
TGNY. And it had, you know how stores used to put their sticker on. You probably don't even know that. But,
Yeah. My grandpa owned a Radio Shack, and it used to say Radio Shack and have the price on it.
That was so cute. She's like, you probably don't even know that. You're too young. You're just a baby. Come over here, let me change that diaper, baby. I'm sorry, that cracked me up. Like, look at her face right now. Look at her face, all... I just want to squish her. She is adorable. Hey, Melinda. Oh, you're back, Toxic? Welcome back. Yeah, I love her so much. I want to go play bingo with her. Just saying.
used to, when you went to the store to buy something, well, it had the price, but I remember that this one had TGNY on it. And I don't know why I remember that. I never shot the gun. I never handled it that much. I have a healthy respect for guns because my husband, when he went hunting, it wasn't, I mean, he might go hunting when I was there, but he would like clean or whatever you do to guns the next day. He didn't have the guns out in my presence. I could not tell you. I know he's got a Benelli, but I don't know. In that gun that I gave him, that was a Remington. But in that 357. But now, honest to Pete, if I hadn't just seen it, I probably wouldn't even know what that thing looked like.
The gun? Right?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about? You wouldn't know
Yeah,
what it looked
because I didn't, if it were a pair of shoes or a purse, I guarantee you I could tell you.
Absolutely.
But they didn't interest me. I didn't handle them.
So
I
basically,
just knew I had one.
you just put it away, put it in your nightstand. Well, it got moved around, but eventually you put it in your nightstand drawer and you just went on about your business.
It wasn't in the drawer, it was underneath on the floor.
Okay, yeah, underneath.
But it was, my nightstand is where you had to get down under it to slide it in.
Now that holster you had talked about, you said it covered the whole gun?
Mm-hmm.
It did, and
well,
Allison, can you stand up? Is it a holster like this, you know, that the whole gun's in?
I can't see that far away.
Like that?
I
Can you see
can't.
that?
No.
Can you walk up to her, Judge?
These glasses are close up, they're not my distance.
You don't get to hide over in the corner anymore.
No, it didn't. No, you could see the end of the gun out of it.
Okay.
Yeah. It was, I mean, you know, this was old. It wasn't.
Well, let me do one thing real quick. And Judge, huh?
Can you get a picture? Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, we'll just, that we had Deputy Allison approach the witness showing her holster for her service weapon, and the witnesses indicated that it did not look like that.
No, it didn't look like that.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, so it's sometime in 2019 and Melody is arrested and you noticed that the gun is missing, correct?
I did.
And you continued to talk to Melody while she was in custody? Y'all talked on the phone calls?
I did.
Okay. You never said anything about a missing gun to Melody? Okay. You
No.
never called law enforcement and reported this gun stolen?
No,
Okay. You still have not reported this gun stolen?
I haven't. And that's another thing that came up that I thought, ooh, I haven't done that. But I couldn't describe it.
Yep, you can't, but, well, I'll get to that in a second. So you actually, you can't actually tell the jury what this gun looked like, right? We gotta say it out loud, because he's gotta be able to hear you.
Oh, no, I can't describe it.
Okay, can't describe it, but for some reason you remember it's a .38 special?
There were other people that I've told that I got a gun for Christmas. And then I've told that I have a .38 special. I mean, I've told that before I found out it was missing to someone.
Okay. What, do you still have a receipt for this gun?
No.
Do you have any
Well, I don't even know where he bought it.
Do you have any photographs of this gun?
No.
Now, going to your testimony, because remember beforehand I was asking you about what you had seen. Where are you watching this? You said you watched it on your Kindle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're watching on the Kindle. Are you watching like YouTube? Like the YouTube app?
Well, part of it, sometimes it would come up YouTube, and then part of it was, you could see that several, and it was just like.
It just shows it. Yeah, that's what they zoom into when
Yeah.
we're not in court.
But the YouTube wasn't like that. It had a little man standing in the corner.
That's what I'm going to get into. I'm going to show you a picture,
Okay.
So, you have not seen this photograph that I'm going to show you. But what I'm going to ask you is because you had told law enforcement that there's a man, little man, I think that's what you said, little man in the corner that's got headphones on.
Yes.
All right. And I'm just going to show you and see if this is the man that you saw.
No.
That is not
Oh,
him?
this.
Yes.
Yes, this is a man.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's Rusty. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
and so we'll just perfect the record, okay?
Okay.
So this is the man in the lower right corner of what I'm going to call Barton Defense 1.
Okay.
And is that correct?
Yes.
That is the man that you watched.
Yes.
And the other man that's Rusty Barton.
Right.
Okay? And you're watching it. Are you kind of familiar with YouTube?
No.
Does this kind of look like what you see when you watch it on Kindle?
Uh-huh.
It does? All righty. And Judge, at this point in time, we move in Barton Defense number 1.
All right.
I stipulate to it.
All right, submit.
Will you switch it over to them? That's on post.
It's on.
Oh. So, ma'am, this is, yet again, this is what you're watching, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when Rusty was testifying.
Yes.
Now, did you watch Scott, Chris, Jen, or any of those people on this same YouTube channel?
I don't know. Sometimes it came up where I could see the judge and that symbol back there. And sometimes I would get it on this. I'm not real computer.
Computer
I'm
savvy?
not a guru on this.
And that's perfectly fine. But one thing I want to talk about is that little man in the corner there, and so the jurors know and they can see it, that this is a YouTube channel called Recovery Addict. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. And it's that little man in the corner with the headset that is the one who told you, quote, that's where she got the gun.
I heard him say that.
Yeah, and that's where you got the idea.
No.
Well, that's when you called law enforcement, wasn't it?
No.
Actually, the next day.
It may have been the next day, but I thought they will realize that they'll hear it. I thought you all would pick up on that.
Well, do you see on there on that exhibit where it says, did I crack the case?
Where it says what? Oh, yeah, I see that.
Okay. And do you know that man is now claiming that he's the one that solved this because he gave you the idea?
Well, he didn't.
Well, you would agree with me, though, that on this timeline, you're sitting at your house in Tullahoma, Tennessee, and you're watching Rusty testify with that man giving commentary, correct?
I did.
And that man made the statement on his YouTube channel, quote, "That's where she got the gun," right?
I heard that.
And the next day at 9 o'clock in the morning, you call Captain Hands at the sheriff's office. Correct?
I did. But.
And
Judge, I would just ask Mr. Ray last.
that was not, there was no explanation needed.
I'll let you redirect. Go ahead.
And that is the first time since July 5th, 2018, that you have ever told anyone about a missing 38 was to Captain Hands.
No.
Who else have you told?
Hey, Laura, this part right here. Good to see you, Laura. Hi. This part right here is where, when she says what she's getting ready to say, that's when my heart sank. I was like, oh, no. He has been mentioned quite a few trials, right, Toxic? I love that. That's so cool. I would lose my ever-loving mind if somebody mentioned mine. I'd be like, oh, no. Okay, here we go.
She's not a family. She's a very good friend that I told. I don't want to get her involved.
Okay, so you claim, when did you tell this supposed person?
It's probably been over a year ago
Okay.
that this was on my heart, and I felt like I should let somebody know.
Okay, so you just let this anonymous person know, right?
She's not anonymous to me.
Not, what, how about, why didn't you?
I'm not telling.
Okay, you've got a gun missing, and obviously
She said,
you're
"I'm
trying
not
to
telling."
imply that Melody took this gun and those bullets, and that's what she used to kill Gary. So that's important, right? You would agree with me.
Oh, it's
super important, right?
Very important.
But what your excuse to this jury is nobody's ever asked you, right? That's what you told Mr. Fogus. Law enforcement never asked you in 2018.
They didn't ask me.
But you didn't know the gun was missing,
But I
so there
didn't
was no
know.
reason to ask you, right?
Well, they didn't ask me if I had a gun. If we had guns.
But the point is, in 2019, after Melody's arrested, you know it's missing, right? And you don't say a word.
I could tell you why I looked.
No, I'm just asking you. You didn't
I
say a
know
word.
You don't want to know.
You didn't say a word to anybody about this missing gun until Friday of last week, right?
Well, I have discussed it with one person.
Well, let's go ahead and get into that. Now, you claim that you did not know about the affair between Rusty and Melody, right?
No, I didn't know
Well,
about the affair.
what did you know? You told Mr. Fogus you didn't know.
Judge, I'm going to object and ask Mr. Ray under 611, 623. She is 84. I ask him to slow down and ask the questions appropriately.
He's got to run across. If I think he's inappropriate, I'll slow him down.
Ms. Barton, you testified with Mr. Fogus, you didn't know. And so I just asked you if you knew, and you said no, well. So did you know or did you not?
I did not know the affair was going on.
Okay, well, what else were you going to say?
That I knew that they talked too much, and I talked to Melody about that.
That you thought they talked too much? Okay.
That she was still a married woman.
And obviously, you're not, if this is in fact the first time that you learned about the affair, you learned about it while your stepson was testifying on live TV, right?
unfortunately.
And
along
does the little man that you watch that makes these comments during the trial that you're watching, did he ever say anything about the affair that you recall?
No.
Just say yes or no, sorry. So in front of live television is when you learn that your stepson and technically your second cousin are having an extramarital affair, right?
Yes.
And you recall talking with Detective Hand, telling him about how embarrassed you are about it.
I am.
And that I think you actually said that you can't even hang your head up in Tullahoma anymore, right?
Hold it up.
Yeah, you can't hold your head up in Tullahoma anymore, right? That Rusty and Melody have destroyed the Barton name. You recall that?
I do.
Now, with your niece and all of them, or let me ask it this way first off. Do you have you had any communication with Scott and Chris?
No.
And that would be since, what's it say, since 2018?
Since 2018, yeah.
You have?
I haven't.
You have not? Okay.
No.
Do you know if your niece Jennifer, she's had any contact with
I
Scott
do
and Chris?
not know.
Okay. And Rusty's your stepson, right?
Right.
But you're 13 years apart? Right, because I think he said he's 71 and you're 84.
Well, he is, yeah.
Okay.
But I never thought.
So was Roy much older than you?
He was 7 years.
7 years older than you? Okay. And you don't have any biological children, correct?
No.
All right, but you recall talking with Captain Hand. It is Captain. Yeah, Captain Hand. Talking to him and telling him that basically you're not happy that Melody's throwing Scott under the bus, was paraphrase of what you said, right?
I wasn't.
You weren't? Because in your opinion, even though I know you don't have any biological children, but you were very close with Kay, I believe, right? Right? And y'all talked about a mother should always protect her children, correct?
Right.
And that a mother should do anything to protect her children.
I believe that.
You believe that. And it made you sick to see Melody blaming Scott and Chris, didn't it?
It did.
Okay. And then
After the fact.
what, after the fact the man told you that the gun?
Yeah.
So that's exactly it. So you're watching this trial and Melody is disgusting you. You found out about an affair. You've seen her blame Scott. Well, you hadn't seen her. You've seen me and John Luke blaming Scott and Chris.
In proper form, he's not asking a question, he's testifying.
He's trying to get.
I'm trying to get to
It's not
it.
a question, Your Honor.
It is just a long question. So now I got to start over.
Correct.
Lost my rhythm. So you have sat here and you saw me and John Luke blaming Scott and Chris, right? I'll break it up. Because you watched the trial, right?
Right.
So you saw us blaming him. You saw Scott come in claiming that he found a gun, right?
I did. But I already knew that.
Who told you that?
Melody had told me that he had found the gun before all of this happened.
Yeah. And then lost my train of thought. You find out about the affair, right?
Mm-hmm. I did.
So, and then you see me and John Luke blaming Scott and Chris, right? Or it's technically going on all at the same time.
I've seen that.
And for you, that's just not good, correct? You can't have a mother blaming her sons, right? Because you just said mother should always protect her children.
I'm going to object. He's asked 3 questions, has not given her an opportunity to answer. He has got to let her answer on 611, 623.
That was one.
There's 3 questions. He didn't let her answer. I just asked you to give an answer.
He's trying to get her to answer.
He
Go
has
ahead.
to let, give an opportunity to answer the question.
She hasn't answered yet.
He didn't let her.
I don't think that's exactly what's going on. Keep going, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so we'll just back up just a little bit, okay? So when you're seeing this, you're disgusted with Melody, right? Especially once you learn about the
You won't
affair.
let me tell what really happened. So
No, I'm just asking you, when you learned about the affair and the fact that you already knew she was blaming Scott and Chris, you were disgusted with Melody. Yes or no?
I was already disgusted. Not because I knew the gun was missing.
But you still didn't tell anybody?
No, I didn't.
Do you have any proof whatsoever that your husband ever even bought you a .38?
I don't have a receipt or anything like that. In fact, in '79, you didn't have, I'm sure you didn't have to register a gun. I don't even know if he went to, and which I'm sure he did, but he could have bought it off of somebody. I do not know if it were new. I don't, if he hadn't told me what it was, but I know I had a gun then, and I know I don't have a gun now.
Okay. And you have bullets for it, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And since you've watched the trial, tell me who else doesn't supposedly have a .38, but they got bullets for it. Do you know?
No.
You weren't watching when we had tendered in somewhere up here the bullets found in Scott Farris's barn and bedroom?
No.
That they were .38 special bullets?
I told you, I did not see all the trial.
Whew. Well, they didn't finish with that one. They didn't finish with that. This right here was good. I'd love to see that again, but I don't know. Let's see. Defense closing.
He told me that
Let's listen to some of Scott's testimony again.
You're walking to the burn pile?
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Perfect timing. They are just getting underway in the state of Georgia, which is that soundbite from Chris Farris. Well, Scott Farris is going to be back on the stand here. The cross-examination of the son of the defendant about to begin. Let's head into the courtroom.
Tried your dad's office, those two doors, what I call the American doors and the French door on the back side. Is that right?
yes.
And then if you walked out those doors and turned left, is that you're walking to the burn pile?
Yes, you will be.
And this is aerial 8. Now, do you know, can you give us an estimate how far is it, the burn pile, from the kind of the edge of the house? How far a walk is that?
I would probably say maybe 70 to 80 yards, give or take.
And what is the path, like the RTVs and the tractors? You said your dad would grade or rake around the burn pile? Or would he use the tractor to put stuff on the burn pile?
He would use the tractor to put stuff on the burn pile, and couldn't really rake with it because it's such a steep incline. Right. It'd just be hard to maneuver the tractor.
Is there a path that's been made from the RTV or the tractor in that area of the woods?
Yes, there's a path that you could go from the driveway behind the house and go all the way around to be able to gain access to the dam on the pond, or go back there where the burn pile was.
When you look at aerial A, this photograph, so if you come up the driveway into the garage, I think y'all had chickens and birds on a chicken coop over here.
Yes, it was connected to the shed.
And then down by the barn where there's some other areas for birds or whatnot?
Yeah, we had another chicken coop up there.
Okay, so 2 chicken coops on the house, on the property?
Yes.
But you go to get there with like a tractor RTV.
Oh, have a good day, Cherie. Have a good day. Have a great weekend too. Have a wonderful weekend. And happy November the 1st. It is November the 1st. Goodness gracious, this time is flying by.
Would you go around, would you go to the left of the chicken coop or in between the chicken coop and the house?
You would go to the left of it.
So is this the chicken coop? This is Thrasher 61. Is this what we're talking about? You come to the left side of that?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to just this time I'm tendering to evidence, which is we've labeled as S. Farris 11. It's a blown up photograph from a pinboard.
All right. Any objection?
No objection. Judge, with your permission, I'd like for Scott to step down and I'm going to have him, in a ode to Jonathan Kessler, I'm going to have him use the push pin.
All right.
All right, Mr. Farris. What I want you to do, I'm going to give you this red push pin. Just kind of, I know you can't see, but just kind of estimation so the jury can turn just a little this way so the jury can see. Put that pin about where the fire pit would be, the burn pile.
So roughly from this angle, you're kind of right under this tree right here.
So you mark with the red push pin kind of just from the house, the line that goes out to the woods. You're estimating that about there is where the burn pile is?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we'll take a picture of that and put it into the record at some point. I left off yesterday talking about the timeline. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, July 3rd and July 4th. And we talked about where you were at on those days. I want to now turn your attention and start talking about Thursday, July 5th of 2018. About what time do you remember getting up that morning?
It had been somewhere around maybe 8:30 to 9 o'clock. I don't really remember the exact time.
What were your plans that day?
My plans were go ahead and take care of animals, and then I was going to go and get my hair cut and then meet my buddy Ted at the PGA store.
Did y'all, a day or so before or sometime get a connection with somebody at the PGA store?
Yes, I believe it was the weekend prior to all this that we play golf with some friends at the Manor Golf Club. Mm-hmm. And one of the guys we played with, he works for TaylorMade, and he works out of the PGA store down in Roswell, and he was going to go and have me get into a simulator to get, fitted for clubs my size, because I'm a tall guy, so I have to have extended clubs.
So where were you at?
Cynthia, I think they cut it off for whatever reason. I don't know why they stopped unless
Bridge off of 400 in Roswell.
they felt like they got what they wanted out of it.
Ted was.
And what's Ted's full name?
I do too,
I'm sorry, I
Gail.
have a hard time actually pronouncing his real name. It's Theodophilus is his real name, but we call him Ted.
Okay, what's his last name?
Pierce.
How long have you known Ted?
Going up on close to 10 years.
Good friend?
Yes.
Know anyone else in his family?
His entire family, his mother and sister.
And how close are you today?
I've actually known his sister Randy a lot longer, over 10 years now, and I met Ted and their mother pretty much the same time, and they're Alabama fans, and we always watch football together, and they're like my second family.
And did you have their numbers in your phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what you labeled his mom's number as?
I believe it's Mom Pierce.
And were they involved with you at the lake and things like that?
Yes, sir.
When you got up, at some point that morning, did you leave to go to the PGA store? Did you get in your truck and take off down the driveway?
Yeah, so after I got done taking care of all the animals and everything was situated for the day, I got in my truck to start heading out, and I happened to notice that my youngest sister, Amanda, her vehicle was over there, so I decided to pull up over there to say hi to her.
Yeah. Did you see her or just her vehicle?
I didn't see her at first until I pulled up into the house driveway, and I saw her sitting with Melody on the front porch.
This is Thrasher 2. When you say front porch, is this what you're talking about?
Yes, right there where the front door is.
Oh, yeah, I should turn the TV back on. There we go. All right, on Thrasher 2 here, this area where the hand is, where were they sitting? Did you just have chairs or something, or?
But you see the window right there? Yes, right there.
Right here?
Yes, there's a rocking chair right there, and they were both sitting in that area.
When you saw them, what did you do?
I got out of my truck and walked up to them.
When you walked up, did you notice what they were doing?
And it looked like they're sitting there talking.
What were their demeanors like?
At first glance, before talking to them, I mean, it seemed normal.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No, I did not see anything.
When you walked up, what were you planning on doing? Just saying hi, or?
Yeah, just say, hi to my sister. I think I haven't seen her since my dad's birthday party.
Was she there to pick up Cameron?
That I didn't know. I didn't know the kids were there.
When you walked up, did you start talking to them?
Yes, I did.
What y'all talking about?
The very first thing I was asked is, have you seen your father?
Who asked you that?
I want to say it was Melody.
Did you think anything about that at the moment?
I mean, when she asked me that, I was like, well, no. And then she said, well, we can't find him. I go, what do you mean you can't find him? They're like, well, he's not in the house. And I looked and I said, well, his Mercedes is right there in the garage. The RTV is parked right there in the driveway. He's got to be here.
Where was the RTV parked? Do you remember?
It was parked, I know there's like a little parking spot right here where the concrete is.
Before you get to the garage?
Yes. So if you're pulling up to the house, it would have just been right there to the right.
Just kind of a pull in, is that what it
Yes.
is? His car's at the house, RTV's there. Why'd you think that was odd if all that was there?
Well, I mean, if they're saying that he's not in the house, there's only going to be two things he's going to either be on or be in, and that was on the RTV or he's gone in his car.
Would your dad just kind of disappear? Was that something normal would happen?
No.
Did he take many business trips or anything?
Not really. I mean, he, would always let me know if he was going to be, going somewhere with clients, or if he was definitely going to be going like overnight, he would have said something to somebody.
When was the last time you had seen your dad?
All right, we need to slip in a break. Still direct examination here. The cross hasn't started.
Let me scooch through their little break. Okay.
When was the last time you had seen your dad?
At Cherokee Ranch on the 3rd.
Once your mom asked that question, did she ask anything else or do anything else?
There was a lot of questions. Once from there, we tried to figure out where he could have possibly gone.
Did you ask her about the CPAP?
Eventually, yes, I did ask. I was like, well, have you checked to see if a CPAP machine is here?
What'd she say to that?
And she said, no, I haven't checked.
Did you ask what all people have, where they went to check for them, or how long they've been looking for them, or anything like that?
If I asked them that,
Yeah.
I really don't remember.
Was there any indication about how long, if she asked, have you seen your father, was there any indication that they had been looking for him, or how long he'd been missing, or anything?
Well, to me, it seemed like they were, at some point trying to look for him because they told me, we can't find your father.
Was this, what time of day would this have been when you're up there with them, this started?
Roughly.
Oh, that's cool, Gail. I
I'd
love
probably say
that.
around 10 o'clock in the morning.
What'd y'all do after that? Was there more conversation, or what happened?
Yeah, we sat there and, try to figure out where he possibly could be. I know one of them asked if I saw him up at the barn. I was like, no, I was just up there. I didn't see him. And, I said, the RTV's here. He's not going to walk up to the barn. He's going to drive that. I was like, he's got to be here. And, man, all that from that day, that conversation is, I don't remember every single detail of those, what was asked and where,
How do you remember how long y'all stood there and just talked about it before you did anything?
No, I didn't keep time of it, but, it seemed like a good 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, trying to figure out where he could have gone.
Was there any panic or any type of high energy, or anybody trying to do something really quick, or what was the mood of everybody at that time?
At that time, I didn't notice anybody panicking. I started to, get worried because I was worried that, I hope something didn't happen to him, that where he had like a heart attack or something. But I do know after I asked her if the CPAP machine was still here, and she said, I haven't checked. I said, well, let me go down and check. And I went down to the basement and checked to see if the CPAP machine was there, and it was still sitting beside his bed. I think also before I went down, we discussed about if he could have gone, shooting with a client, either skeet shooting or bird hunting.
Did he do that a lot?
He would do that not a lot, but at least, once or twice a year.
When it comes to your dad just leaving, going somewhere, not really telling anybody, in the last 6 months, how many times do you think he had done that? Up to the 6 months before this?
Leave and not tell anybody? But he always told me, especially if Melody wasn't there, if she's gone up in Tennessee, he would, let me know, hey, I'm going to be coming home late, or, I got, this work event or something like that.
How many times in the previous 6 months up to this day did your dad go somewhere like that? I'm trying to get a feel for how many times he would just go somewhere and not be at the house.
I really don't remember because he didn't leave. He didn't do stuff like that much. He literally went to work all the time and came home every single day. So it wasn't often that he did that.
Would it be less than 5, less than 10, less than 20?
Less than 5 times, if anything.
And how long would he be gone if he did leave?
I know occasionally he went to go, see his mother, who was in a assisted living or, nursing home type deal.
When he left, would he take an Uber?
No, he always drove his own vehicle.
So his vehicle would be with him if he left?
Yes.
Did he exclusively drive that Mercedes and not the Toyota or anything like that?
No, the Mercedes was his vehicle.
And when he left, would he take a CPAP machine?
If he was going to be gone overnight, yes, he would have taken a CPAP.
The one that was beside the bed, that would be missing?
Yes, sir.
When you're Did you ask your mom when the last time she had seen your dad when you were sitting there on the porch talking?
I believe I did. I mean,
Do you remember when she said last time she saw him?
I want to say she would have said on the 3rd.
The 3rd. Did you ask her whether or not he had come and got something to eat, or she made food for him, or anything like that?
Like I said, I don't remember every single detail of that, but, you know, that probably I would have asked that question because my dad texts me all the time about getting food.
See whether or not your dad had gone.
All right, Scott Farris on direct. We'll get a break. First, let's check in with Tommy Pope. Observations there. Tommy, one thing I did notice is that he went down to the basement to check to see if the CPAP machine was there. Could he have dropped the bullet?
Ted, you've been watching too much court TV. I think I don't believe people drop bullets intentionally. I don't know where that. I still can't figure out how you got a loose bullet that's not in something. So.
See whether or not your dad had gone.
I love it whenever you hear people speculating, talking about, ooh, could he have dropped a bullet? That's cute. Almost the same, but no Theodophilus. Just Theophilus. I think that's pretty cool. I really do think that's cool. Look at her over here on the left-hand side, top corner of the screen. Well, she's got her hair cut or long here. Yeah, I like it better short. It suits her better short, I think.
One of the previous nights to go get something to eat from somewhere or anything like that?
I don't remember anything of that.
At some point, your dad's wallet appeared. Is that right?
Yes.
And that, to you, was that odd?
So I know prior to that, you know, my dad would never leave the house, you know, without his wallet. So I think I asked, you know, at some point, it's like, well, have you seen his wallet? Because it's like a process of elimination. You know, I think the first thing anybody would ask is, well, is the wallet still here? And then she said, no, I haven't seen it. There was only one place my dad ever would have left his wallet.
Where's that?
And that would have been on the dresser in the master bedroom. Because he still used the master bedroom. He slept downstairs, but, you know, he showered and changed and everything upstairs in the master bathroom.
Did the defendant ever have his wallet on this day?
So I remember her asking if she'd seen his wallet. She said no and all. And then, you know, I started asking about like the CPAP machine, and then I said, I'll go check, you know, see if that's down there. I'll see if the shotgun, you know, the shotgun he would have used to go bird hunting or skeet shooting is, you know, down there, because it was both in the same room. And just, I found it odd that she didn't ask, you know, she didn't go check to see if the CPAP machine was there.
Do you remember whether or not she said do you remember whether or not she brought the wallet or had the wallet at all?
So I remember after going down and checking on that, I came back up and she had his wallet in his hand. And I said, where'd you find that? And she said it was in his console of his Mercedes. And that really struck me odd because my dad never left his wallet in the Mercedes.
Why is that?
Because he just always had it in his pocket. He never, you know, it was a habit of him. He never left it. I have a habit of leaving mine, but he never did.
Your dad's wallet, this one we're talking about? His wallet.
Yes, sir, that's it.
So it would be either on him or where again?
It would have been on the dresser in the bedroom, right next to the door that leads into the master bathroom.
Was it common for your dad to let your mom have the wallet?
I mean, he would never hand it to her, but he didn't, you know, lock it up and secure it.
Talking about the two cell phones of your mom, did you tell law enforcement about the two cell phones?
Yes.
Did your mom ever mention anything to you about the cell phone was Sherry's cell phone?
I do not ever remember that, no.
Tell the jury, all right, you're on the front porch, this is going on. Do you ever get kind of perturbed or upset with your mom or ask her why she hasn't done certain things? Did y'all start talking about, what have you done or why have you done these things?
I mean, I probably would have, said, when I asked about the CPAP machine, I go, why wouldn't you go check that? I mean, that's a big thing. If he was going to be gone overnight, he's going to be taking that.
Where all did you go look again? Where'd you start looking? Where'd you go from there? Let's start in the house. Where all in the house did you go?
I believe I went into first the master bedroom to check to see if his wallet was there. And then I think I left from there and went down to the basement and checked for his CPAP machine and see if the shotgun was sitting in the closet.
Did you see any signs of him or anything in the house?
No, sir.
Did anybody start helping you look for your father?
Once, I know Chris arrived at some point. I don't really remember when he did, but after going down into the basement and checking that stuff, I came back up and said, yeah, everything's still down there. I was like, I'll go over here, I'll go back up to the barn and check around there. So I started searching the property because, like I said, at this point I was worried that, he would have gone out and, had a heart attack or something or fell down, something like that, medical-wise.
Do you know where your mom and Amanda, your sister, do you know what they were doing while you were looking for your dad?
I just know they were together pretty much the whole entire time.
Did anybody get on the RTV and start running around looking for him?
I know I jumped on it to ride back up to the barn to check, see if he might have been up around there. And, once I checked up around the house and all, I noticed the tractor was parked not where we would have parked it for, overnight. And I actually went down and checked around there because I saw the tractor sitting there and it was right at the manure pile. And so I checked around the manure pile to make sure he wasn't laying down around that.
You see on your screen there, Stewart 12, this is the photograph's already been admitted. Is this where you found the tractor?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, the manure pile, you're talking about this pile right in front of it?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything, was that odd that the tractor was parked there?
Yeah, because it never would have been really left there. The only time we would have brought it down there is to turn over the manure pile because it was, compost.
Not, you mean turn it over, not just push the pile, but actually turn it over?
You mean we'll go scoop it, kind of toss in a salad.
But you wouldn't leave the tractor right there? Would your dad leave the tractor right there?
No.
Would the tractor be parked where I'm pointing up here?
Yes, right behind that blue wheelbarrow.
After you saw the tractor and you were down at the bar, where did you go?
So I've continued to, search around there. Didn't see him there or inside the barn. So I hopped back on the RTV.
The state believes that Melody used that tractor to get her husband's body onto the burn pile. We'll get a break.
A square foot of the property was covered.
Did you check the front property too, the fields and pastures and things like that, or where all did you go?
I mean, yeah, I'll look. I mean, it's all wide open, so there's no grass. I always had the grass cut at that time, so it wasn't tall. So if he was laying in the pasture, I would have been able to see him.
When your dad was making the burn pile or stacking it or working on it, where would the RTV usually be if he was out there doing something like that?
Within, 5 to 10 feet of that burn pile.
And where would your dad normally park the RTV in relation to his where he would stay in the basement?
So if he went to his office, it would have been, kind of parked right up there next to the house, or he'd just hop off and only take a few steps to get into his office.
Do you remember your mom saying anything about whether or not she moved the RTV?
No, I don't really remember.
Did you find anything odd about the RTV or anything like that? Or
No, not with the RTV. I mean, like I said, I saw it parked in the driveway when I got there, and that was, one indication. I was like, well, he's got to be here.
talking about your tractor, is it difficult to drive that?
Absolutely not.
How do you make the tractor go forward? How do you make it go backwards?
So that tractor right there, one of the reasons why my dad wanted to purchase that is because it was so easy to drive. You didn't have to shift gears or anything like that. So the pedal on it is like a C. So you would hit on the top part of it and it will go forward, and you hit on the bottom part of it and it will go in reverse.
This is Shaw 259. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Tell the jury how it worked. If you put your foot on that pedal there on the right, there, top, kind of middle of the photograph, how would that work?
So you can see the bigger, foot pedal right there.
Yes.
Yes, that's where you would push and the tractor will go forward.
And if you want to go backwards?
You hit on that section.
You don't have to change gears or anything like that, or have two transmissions or anything?
No.
Did you know if your mom could drive the tractor?
Oh yeah, she definitely knew how to use it. She was using it just a couple days prior to the 3rd.
In relation to the burn pile where you've marked, did you ever go up that area and look at the trail camera or anything like that?
Yeah, so actually it was Melody who asked me when we're, I don't remember exactly when, but it was still, we were either back on the front porch, but she asked me, she asked if I still had that trail camera down there. I was like, oh yeah, let me, I'll go check it. So I don't remember if I hopped on the RTV or I walked down there, but I went down there and checked the trail camera and saw no indication of my dad being on it.
What'd you do with the trail camera while you were there?
I checked whatever pictures were on it. I know there might have been a couple of animals. I want to say I saw a picture of Amanda and Melody walking, but it was mainly animals, but I saw no indication of my dad walking by or anybody who didn't, was in my family.
Did you see anything suspicious on it?
No.
Did you delete the things off the camera?
I did, because it's just, natural habit. This is, like I said, this is prior to us discovering my dad's remains. So every single time I ever went to go check my trail camera, I always delete, just kind of free up the SD card, because I use it for deer hunting, and, if I have a doe walking by, I'm not gonna, want to save it. I want to save, whatever bucks.
And the camera, again, was pointing down into the woods away from the burn pile?
Yes, it was pointing towards my neighbor's property.
How long, I'll ask you about finding your father's remains. How long do you think you were looking before you went to the burn pile? Did y'all walk by before? Did you get close to it before? Or?
Well, I had to go by it to go down there and check the trail camera. I didn't even think to look at the, the fire. Didn't even cross my mind. And I know I came back up and let them know there was nothing on it. And then I said, well, I'm going to go and, check on the other side of the pond, walk across the dam and go check down over there on that side of the property. Because it was rare if he did it, but he did it every once in a while. He would go on that section of the property because it was a little tight to drive the RTV down there.
Now, this is Shaw 2 here, and this is the burn pile we're talking about.
Yes.
At some point, ultimately, you did find the remains of your father, is that right?
Yes. How I found it, like I said, I was going to check the other side of the pond, across the dam. And I started walking that way, and I believe I got either halfway across the dam or got to the other side, and then Melody called me. And she called me and asked, have you thrown a dead goat on the burn pile? I'm like, no, we haven't had anything to die, and also I wouldn't throw it on the burn pile. And she said, well, come up here and look at this. So I was like, okay. Well, I turned around and started walking, and I see Amanda walking. She was almost kind of like right in front of my dad's office, coming from the burn pile area, walking back up towards the driveway. She was walking there, and Melody was standing over near the burn pile. And I walk up and look, and I can already start seeing bones. And then I look down, and it appeared to me that it was the inside of a skull. The backside was gone. And you could see like the little blood vessels, I think it was, but it didn't look like a rock or something. So I grabbed a very, very small corner of it, and I lifted it up just enough to where I saw teeth and an eye socket, and I immediately put it right back. And, I was crouched down, and she was standing right there next to me, and I raised up, I put my...
You know what? That would be a really good, I would love to know what the behavior people would think and say about him. I would love to know that. You want to hug her? Yeah. I feel like she was the most genuine. I know, calling his own mother Melody. It is wild. I agree. They all did it. It was yucky. Yeah. Right, Kylie? I know it. Still no movement. Over here I'm watching. All I see is the seal. Nothing going on. Nothing. Do you guys think that they're going to come back with a verdict today? I mean, I thought that they would have yesterday for sure. It's 2:18. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. The fact that they were asking earlier about the definitions of some of the legal words on the charging docs kind of makes me think that they're close. But I don't know. Kylie's mom said the judge just got back from the funeral home. Yeah, I don't know. He said that if it was... No, I don't think so, because he said that he would be going there at 2, and then... I think he said the funeral was at 3, and then something afterwards at 4. I think what he said was if there's anything that happens from 2 o'clock on, it would take him 30 minutes to get here to the courthouse, because he said it was across town. Patricia says, I think they're trying to convince a person or two that she's guilty. You think so? Laura doesn't think it'll happen today. They usually don't take, I mean, most trials are back in the same day or the next day, you know? This has been a minute. This has been a minute. Okay. Let's get back to Scotty boy here.
A hand on, across her chest and push her back and go, these are human remains. I am calling 911 right now. Nobody's allowed down here. And at that same time, that's when I noticed Chris was there, and he was coming around the back side of the house with the girls on the RTV. And I walked right up to him and I said, get those girls out of here right now. I'm calling 911. And I pretty much, my brother would have argued or, with me on anything like that. And I believe just the look on my face and everything, he didn't second question me. He's like, okay. And he turned around and pulled off with the girls, and I called 911.
When you called 911, do you even remember what you said to them?
I believe that, they called and they asked, did the normal routine and said, hey, I was like, it was along the lines of, we've been searching for my dad, and after searching, we came across some remains in a burn pile. And I said, I was deployed to Iraq. I've seen bodies burned up. And it's like, this definitely looks like a burned up body. We need somebody out here now.
Were you thinking it was your dad?
Pretty much by that point, yeah, because there was nobody else who it could have been, and my dad was missing. I mean, my dad didn't have any enemies. There was nobody who, we never really had strangers walking across our property. No, never once did I've ever catch anybody on our property. So it was, within an instant, I knew that this was 99% sure this was my dad.
After you called 911, what'd you do?
I remember I got off the phone with them and I walked up to the driveway. I don't remember if I went on the back side of the house or the pond side of the house, but I came back up to the driveway and Amanda was standing there in the driveway. And I walked up to her and said, Amanda, this is not good. She's like, what are you talking about? I go, there's human remains in that burn pile. I've called 911, the police are on their way. But I was like, Amanda, this is not good. And she just kept saying, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And that's all I remember telling her that. And then I don't remember who I let know, but I said, I'm gonna go meet, who's ever coming up at the driveway at the road so they know where to exactly come to. And I started to walk up towards the road.
What was Amanda like at this time?
At that time, once I told her about finding the remains, that's when she, was somebody who act like, they just found out something bad happened, especially to a loved one. It was kind of like she was shaking and, like I said, she's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? And like almost in tears.
What was your mom doing?
As in what?
How was she acting? What was she doing? What'd you see?
Never saw any kind of motion out of her.
Did you see
She
what
didn't get
did?
angry with anybody, and she showed no. I didn't notice any of her freaking out or anything like that. The only time that I saw her actually try to kind of show some emotion is after the deputy and the paramedic came back up from the burn pile to say, yes, those are human remains. And then just the way that she started acting, I've seen my mother cry. I mean, hundreds of times throughout my life and all. And it appeared to me to be fake. Like, this wasn't her emotion. Her reaction to finding out her, mom had a heart attack and her dad dying and, anything bad happened like that, it was a complete different reaction to what she reacted to when the paramedic and deputy said, yes, those were human remains.
Up until that point, has she cried or anything?
No.
Did she come up to you and ask you a lot of questions or anything?
When?
After finding the remains and before law enforcement got there, was she asking you questions or saying anything to anybody?
I really don't remember because after, I talked to Amanda, because I was heading in that direction. I knew I was going to meet them at the end of the driveway up at the road. And that's where I saw Amanda, and I let Amanda know. After I let Amanda know, I continued walking down the driveway to go meet either the police or paramedics that were coming. So I walked up to the end of the road, and from there, no, I don't remember her ever talking to me during that time.
At some point, did your feelings change or suspicion arise about something's afoot here?
I knew I felt something was very off. There was red flags prior to finding my dad. Her having his wallet. I remember at one point, she said that she had the credit card that the one my dad gave me and said, never, hold on to this like your life depended on it. Because there was a lot of times my dad said, don't ever give her the credit card. And she had it. And I remember asking her, I go, how do you have this? She goes, well, your father gave it to me. And I knew that was a straight up lie. I mean, y'all have seen it in the text messages that he, said for me to hold on to that credit card.
Did you start talking about a gun?
So.
A pistol?
So prior to all this happening, I want to say it was in June. I don't remember, it was like the first week of June or the second week of June. We had an AT&T guy come out and do some work with the satellites and all. There was an issue or something. And Melody was gone. She was in Tennessee. And my dad had to go to work. He sent me a text one morning and said, hey, the guys are coming today. I want you to come over here and I'll show you what's going on. So when they got there, we were working down in the basement. The TV that's in front of the leather chair and all.
Have a good time watching those
right
races,
next to it is a
Henny.
closet that actually had the main satellite box, and a lot of those components in there was the home theater components, but the main box for the satellite was in that closet. But he said he needed the remote to the TV in the basement room right there in front of the bar area. So I started searching the drawers because we only use the satellite remote to turn on and off the TV, but he needed the actual TV remote. So I started searching the drawers and the furniture around in that room. First checked under the TV, didn't see it in there, and then I went to, there was a piece of furniture behind the couch, and I opened it and I saw a revolver and a leather holster, And I looked at it and I could tell it was, a 38 special snub nose. I was like, I've never seen that one before. And didn't really think anything of it because, my whole life we've always had guns. So.
This was in June of 2018.
Yes, this is like either the middle of June or the beginning of June, somewhere in there. So it was just, a few weeks prior to my dad's death.
How much of the gun did you see?
I looked at it enough that, that I knew roughly what type of gun it was.
Do you know guns?
I'm fairly knowledgeable. Can't name every single gun that's ever been made, but I know, the difference between, a rifle, a shotgun, and, a semi-automatic handgun and a revolver. And
describe this gun that you saw.
So I definitely remember it being in like a old leather holster. I can't really remember the type of handle, but it wasn't what you call a blue finish, which is that dark black color. It was more of like, nickel chrome type look.
Do you remember the handle or anything about it?
No, I don't remember the handle. Like I said, I don't remember the color of the handle.
For the jury, if you were standing outside those, what I call, again, the American doors, if you're outside and looking into where the couches and the ottoman and everything is, where your dad, where you would hang out and eat dinner.
Okay.
If you walk into the doors, tell the jury where this drawer or this dresser or whatever it is where you found this.
So if I would have had my back to the door, the couch would have been right in front of me, and that piece of furniture would have been right here to my right.
When you found the gun, what did you do with it?
I didn't do anything with it
Did you
because
touch it, pick it up, move it, or just look at it?
I kind of maybe grabbed it enough to kind of like look at it, but I did not pull it out of the drawer because I had the AT&T guy in the basement with me. I didn't want to freak him out. But no, I never really fully picked it up and, looked at it. So yeah, that would have been the piece of furniture, the lamp there.
Talking about right here, this is Thrasher 226.
Yes, that was the piece of furniture that I saw it in on the top drawer.
So this is the sliding doors coming in being on the right.
Yes, sir.
When did you start, why did you start thinking about this gun? What made you think about gun, and who did you start telling about this gun?
When?
On the 5th.
On the 5th? So after, talking with her and, the comments that she's made previously, everything was just, I was getting red flags and all. And when I went down to check on the CPAP machine and the shotgun, after I checked the shotgun, I remember seeing that revolver. So I just wanted to go over and look to see if it was still in that drawer.
So on the 5th, did you go to see if that gun was there?
Yes.
And what happened?
So I went and opened that drawer and that gun was not there. And closed the drawer back, didn't look anywhere else, and I went back upstairs. And then on my way back upstairs, I noticed a drop of blood on the floor. It was smaller than a dime, and it was, kind of almost right there before you get to the stairway.
Right by the stairs, the
Yes.
corner there?
So I didn't want to bring anything up at that time because this, like I said, this is prior to finding my dad. And, I didn't want to be like, hey, there was a, I went to go see if there was a gun down there and it's not there anymore. But, back when I found it, Melody was gone. my dad was at work, and I just forgot all about it. But for some reason that day when I went to go check to see if the shotgun was there, it reminded me that that gun was in that drawer, and just something told me to go just check to see if it was still there.
Did you, afterwards on the 5th, when law enforcement came, did you talk to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them about this gun?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the blood?
Yes.
Did you tell them about other things you found unusual?
Yes. Or her behavior and stuff like that. Yes.
And then on, I think you talked to law enforcement on July 5th, I believe, at the scene. Is that with
Yes.
Detective Cockendall in the vehicle?
Yes, I mean, so I sat in the passenger seat, and I honestly don't remember who all was in the vehicle, but there was somebody in the driver's seat, and then I remember there was either one or two people in the back seat.
And then Detective Hayes is behind me here. At some point the next day, I think you went and talked to him again?
I want to say it was him that night, because...
Yeah, that night into the next day, down at the Freedom Precinct.
Yes, I don't really remember talking to Detective Hayes right there on the property. My memory that I think the first time I remember talking to him was at the Free Home Fire and Police Precinct.
So one time on the scene, and then talking to the detective at the precinct.
Yes. There was a lot of police officers and detectives and everybody out there, so I can't say exactly who I talked to at all from my knowledge, but I talked to a lot of different police officers.
Just this time on 10 to the state's exhibit. This is the direct
No objection.
So that two notes now states 7. So it's S Farris 7, S Farris 8, and S Farris 9.
Right there, Med.
Hit you guys. Let's start with 9. S Farris 9. Not 7 or 8. Let's go to 9. On this one here, you see there's some text message between you and your dad on the cell phones.
Yes, I do.
Let's see. Looks like on June 6, 2018, at the first one, 109, 12:07 p.m.
Yes.
This is from you to your dad. Can you read what that says?
Okay, so he called some mix-up. He will be there around 2.
And then, okay. Let's see the times. Let's start at 112. So 6/6/2018, 9/18/36. You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's from you to your dad, and then we're going to go upwards.
Oh,
All right, so let's start.
It looks like it's from my dad to me.
Yeah, to you from your dad, and what is that message?
DirecTV guys coming. Come here and let me show you the ISSR.
All right, then
So, yeah.
from you to your dad, the next one up. What's that say? Starting with, did they?
Did they give you a time frame on when they will be here?
Laura, I think he was like early on, probably. But I don't know. Sapphire says, finished day 16. Popping in. Laura, if he was, they didn't make it clear, right? But I'd say if he was, it was early on. With her pointing fingers and all that. I'd say they probably did look at him for a minute. P. Lola says, I think his dad was cutting him off and he was ticked off. Dad wanted him to be self-sufficient and he was living off Dad. Still nada over here. Yeah, nothing going on, no camera movement, no nothing. So I still don't understand who goes, Dad's missing. I saw a random gun in the drawer once. Let me go look for it, right? I know. That is very suspicious. Very suspicious. All right. Kylie's mom said, I looked into Scott. I think he lied about his deployment. I can't prove it, though. Oh, really? Really, really? What makes you think he lied about being deployed? He does have a little bit of a shady vibe. I ain't gonna lie. But I don't know. I'm not sold that he had anything to do with it, but Kylie's mom, she said, I've researched his dates pretty hard. Oh, Lord. Uh-oh. Here come the yawns. All right. We'll get back to it. I'm going to listen to some more. I try to listen so I can catch little things that I missed the first time. You know? Do you guys do that too?
And then going up to the next one, it was like to you from your dad?
Yes, he responded before 12.
And then the last one there.
He called and some mix-up. He will be there around 2.
And you thought it was AT&T. Could it have been DirecTV?
I believe AT&T and DirecTV are the
But this is
same
what you're
company.
talking about.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It was to do with the satellite, so DirecTV is satellite.
Right. This is S. Farris 7. This is something we've pulled in the case. Can you see the date time here at the top? Can you just tell us what that is?
2018, June 5th, time is 12:48.
And then the message contents, just read that for us if you would. He would reply yes.
Reply yes to confirm your DirecTV appointment at 6/6, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Reply no to reschedule. To stop receiving this message, reply stop.
Then S. Farris 8, this is a June 6, 2018 text from them. And the message contents, what does that say? You can just...
Hello, we recently completed the DirecTV visit. If you're experiencing service issues, please reply or call 678-971-2219 to guarantee tech within 24 hours.
Were you running around repeatedly saying there's lots of blood down there, there's lots of blood down there, or anything like that?
I never once said that.
Okay, critical, because if he did say it, it wasn't true. There wasn't a lot of blood down there. Let's get a break, get you back into the courtroom for more of the direct examination of the son, who the defense says killed.
I want to juxtapose two points on June 5th and June 6th. So one is when you're at the scene and you're talking to law enforcement, and then June 5th going into June 6th at the Freeholm Precinct when you talk to law enforcement.
You mean July?
Yes, excuse me, I'm sorry. July 5th and July 6th. The two positions I want to talk about is when you're at the scene and then you're down at the precinct, at what point did you learn that there was actually a bullet was found in your father's rib?
So we were there very, very late at night. I know it was probably close to 11, midnight or so. And they kept us in a kind of a conference room, and they brought us one by one back into another room individually. I don't remember who they brought back first and all, but by the time they brought me back, I believe it was Detective Hayes that was there with me. I don't really remember the details of what all was discussed at first, and then I was informed that they discovered a bullet lodged in the rib bone.
Do you remember Detective Hayes saying, "I've got something I got to tell you"? You remember how he broached that or told you about it?
I don't remember his exact words on how he did that because, you know, once I was told that that was happening, that happened, my mind just went into kind of shock, I'll say.
At that point, did you suspect your mom?
Definitely.
Was she there with you at the precinct?
She was there in the room that we were all kept in at.
Who else was there?
Amanda was there. Possibly Chad, Bruce. I don't remember if Chris and Emily were there.
After you were told that, did you go out and talk to others about what you were told?
That night?
Did the other family members, were they told about the bullet?
I don't remember discussing that with them, you know, after I came back out of the room.
What, did you ask your mom anything when you left?
I really don't remember if I did or not.
Afterwards, after July 6th.
See you in another few days,
You couldn't go
Veronica.
back to the property?
No, so, you know, they informed us for us to go up to that precinct, and we were all, you know, able to drive up there. We didn't have to ride in any squad cars or anything like that, but they did inform us that we were not allowed to go back to the property. So, from what I remember, Melody went and stayed with Amanda, and, you know, once we were fully released for the night, I left and went back up to the lake house because Ted was there and some other friends. So I knew I had somewhere to go to sleep that night.
Afterwards, was there a splitting of the family afterwards? My son went one way and the others went the other way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, once we found out that, you know, there was a bullet found in the rib bone, that, you know, obviously he's been shot and then burned, and we all, you know, put the pieces together because my dad had no enemies. I never once met anybody in my entire life that hated my dad. So we knew somebody, you know, wouldn't have come there. The house wasn't wrecked. I mean, there was nothing, everything was adding up to us that it wasn't a robbery and it wasn't anything like that. And, you know, her history of, you know, having affairs and doing all this shady stuff that she's done, and especially her making the comment, "I can't wait for the day he's dead and I don't have to live with him anymore."
Did Amanda support your mom or support y'all?
So I remember for
Oh,
several...
I see the judge. I see the judge. I see the judge. Well, where did he go? Where did he go? Which way did he go? Which way did he go? He walked up and then he walked away. He walked up and then he walked away. See, look, hold on. Hold on. There he is. He walks up right there and speaks to someone and then walks back away again. So they must have something. He must have something if he's there, because otherwise he would be at the funeral home. Right? Hey, Billy. Billy says, here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. I can't say that. That's tongue twisting me. At least we know he's there. Oh, there goes someone by the screen. Probably an assistant of something or something. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. There, I did it that time. Come on, judge. Oh, I don't know what that means, Margaret. No idea what that means. From laugh in. I have no clue. Yeah, he didn't have a robe on, but if he just got there, maybe he's going into, you know. I don't know that show, Billy or Margaret, The Laugh-In. I've never heard of it. An old show. There was a whole skit. No idea. No idea. I know, right? Laura, see, I do that every time. Every single time that we have a verdict, like as soon as we know that the verdict is in and we're waiting for the jurors to come in and everybody's like waiting for the verdict to be read, my anxiety is through the roof most of the time. In most of these trials. Sarah Boone, I did not have that feeling. With Sarah Boone, I had no anxiety at all whatsoever. But I think it's just anticipating. I don't know what the jurors are going to do, you know? I don't know. Margaret says it was usually Sammy Davis Jr. that would do this skit as a judge, and at the end he'd hop off the stage saying, here come the judge, here come the judge. Oh. Goldie Hawn. Wow. I don't know any of those names, Billy, except for Goldie Hawn. Well, it was in the mid-60s. Yeah, Kylie's mom. I think that's why I wasn't nervous about the Sarah Boone trial, because there was no doubt in my mind that they were going to find her guilty. So, okay. Well, I guess we'll go back over here to old Scotty boy and continue on. Until the judge comes back. Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. Someone in the Law and Crime Network chat said, who in Whoville will get the money? I'm sorry. That was mean. Oh. Who in Whoville will get the money? Lord have mercy. Hey, Grinch. Hey, hey. How are you? It's a good question, though, huh? Yeah. I know. I'm wondering. It's so funny that Grinch said that. Because he's the Grinch, you know? That makes sense. Who in Whoville will get the money? Grinch pops up and he says, Mwah! Ha 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 ha. Patricia says, hurry up, Mr. Judge. How are you today, Grinch? Gail said, speaking of Whoville, hi, Mr. Grinch. Mr. Grinch. Da 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 da. Gosh, can you believe Christmas is going to be here soon? Oh, they're back. Oh, and he's in his robe. You know what that means. Well, I mean, it may mean that the jurors have a question, or we have a verdict, maybe. Maybe we have a verdict. Oh, I hope we have a verdict. Yeah, if she's found not guilty, she'll get the money. She'll get the money, honey. I hope whoever he went to the funeral for wasn't like a family member or something, you know? There she be. There she be. If she's not all bankrupt after the lawyers and whatnot, says Margaret. Yeah, you never know. Right, Aurelia? Hey, girlie, how are you? She says, so they wait till he specifically had something important to do. Then. Wore out dang teenagers at school. Oh, I can imagine. I can't imagine, honestly. I cannot. You couldn't pay me $1 million hairs. Well, maybe you could. But I would do it reluctantly. After legal fees, not a lot left. I don't know. I think they were. Nah. Mm-mm-mm. Courtroom is fairly empty. You know?
The thing at 2 o'clock I had to go to that I hope no one ever has to go to.
Okay, here we go.
And when I got back in the office, the bailiffs actually stuck their head in and said that the jurors planning on working till 5 o'clock. I wanted to bring them out and get no information about where they are, but just to tell them that folks in the building start getting nervous at this time, and the captains come up to me about people staying late and securing the building and whether anyone wants to come back tomorrow and those sorts of things. So I'm going to talk to them about that and ask them to give us some idea. I want them to stay in here and work as long as they're going to work. And I'll stay with them as long as they need to. I have not talked to them about the alternates wanting to be called in if they have a verdict, and that from the moment they tell us they have a verdict, when they receive one, that it will be a minimum of 30 minutes before we have it, because I know y'all have family members that are going to want to be here, other folks that have worked on the case. I expect the DA's office is going to reach out to some of the deputies. I believe the sheriff wants to be here. So it's going to be 30 to 45 minutes before we gather everybody here. So if they don't believe they're going to have a verdict this afternoon and they want to work till 5 o'clock, I may tell them that I'm going to cut everybody loose at 4 and they can stay in here and keep working, kind of like we've been doing, and then find out whether they want to come back tomorrow, which I'm going to discourage. But if they want to, that's what I'll do. And then if not, have them report back on Monday. But I'm going to kind of give them that kind of guidance and see what they are doing. I think you have a conflict in the morning or something. Someone told me you had something doing. But I have a conflict for today, but I have multiple conflicts for today, but we are here. I'm going to...
You're not going to encourage them to keep working just tonight until they reach a decision?
Correct. I'm going to let them make that decision. I will stay here with them as late as they want to.
And we will too, Judge.
But they have indicated that they want to break around 5. I want them to tell me that officially. And if they do, I'm going to tell them if they don't have anything by 4, I'm going to cut everyone else loose for the day and they are free to stay here and continue to work. Because, anyway, if that makes, to the extent that that makes sense. All right? Okay, go ahead and bring them in.
Right. Well, boo. Dang, dang, dang.
And if they have any other requests, I would like to go ahead and handle those today, if they do.
Aurelia, that is sweet. She says she's had us on all day. We listen to you chatter and play stuff as we go in and out of the dining room. Aww. Hi. Thank you. That makes me feel good. Oh, my goodness. I know Christmas is going to be here before we know it. Don't be mad at me, P. Lola. I'm sorry. No verdict. Right, Morgana? Thumbs down. So he's going to leave an empty building with a room full of
Let's be
targets?
much warmer in the jury room than it is in the courtroom.
Yeah, no verdict, Margaret.
All
Yeah.
right, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to chat with you a little bit about your deliberations. I am not in any way trying to rush you. I want y'all to take as much time as y'all need on this case. What I want to talk to y'all about is bailiffs came back and told me that y'all wanted to work till about 5 o'clock, which is fine. But I want to talk to you before that to update you on a couple things I don't think we've talked about since I dismissed y'all to the jury room Wednesday. First, when I spoke with the alternate jurors and dismissed them, they are still on call. They all want to be here for the verdict, understandably so. They've invested 4 weeks of their time, so they want to be here when y'all reach a verdict. There are numerous other interested parties, witnesses, family members who also all want to be here when a verdict is reached. Some of them are on site and some of them are off site. It will take no less than 30 minutes up to 45 minutes for us to get everyone here for the verdict. So I want y'all to understand that there will be a delay once y'all reach a verdict and the reasons for it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this is about the time of day and week where folks in the building start getting nervous. Not because of y'all, but because they have to start getting in people to keep the building open. People think I have a lot of control. I have very little control. I have significant powers of persuasion, but I have to get permission from court staff to keep the building open. I have to let the people at the county commissioner's office to let them know that we're going to keep the building open. We have to talk to the person who regulates the thermostat to either keep it on or off or turn it down or whatever. So I want y'all to continue to work here this afternoon and this evening as long as you want to. I would like to, at some point, to be able to tell court staff whether we need to stay, they need to have additional personnel on call to come in and keep the building open and notify anybody else that may happen, and whether or not, so I want y'all to kind of assess for yourselves whether y'all are close or not, whether y'all want to continue to work throughout the afternoon, whether y'all want to break around 5 o'clock, whether y'all want to keep going till about 6 o'clock or later. Again, whenever, I'll be here till 2:30 if that's what you want. All right, the lawyers will also do the same. They are not in a rush to leave. They want y'all to take as much time as you want. So I'm just letting you know, you tell us what you're going to do, we will make appropriate action. If y'all do not believe that you're close to reaching a verdict today, but you want to stay and work till 5 or 6 or 7, that is perfectly fine. Kind of like last night, I would tell them, we'll come back on Monday if y'all reach a verdict tonight or tomorrow. So that would be the other thing, is I have kept the building open on Saturday. I've had many juries come back on Saturday morning and deliberate. I'm not going to encourage that, but I will go along with that if that's in fact what you want to do. When we've had juries come back on Saturday, a lot of times they want to come back at 10 and work from 10 to 2 and then take the rest of the afternoon off. Again, that is up to you, but what I would like for y'all to do is kind of go back, talk among yourselves, and give me some report to the best that you can, what y'all would like to do for the rest of today, whether y'all anticipate maybe getting a verdict tonight, whether you do not anticipate getting a verdict tonight, whether you want to come back tomorrow if you're going to continue to work, or whether you want to come back on Monday. Is that somewhat clear? All right, if y'all could do that, and y'all can just give me a report in writing to the bailiff, and then I'll inform the lawyers. If y'all want to continue to deliberate, do not believe that y'all would get a verdict today, I would probably tell the lawyers and the family that they could be excused around 4 o'clock. If there's any questions or evidence that y'all want to review today, let us know in the next 30 minutes, and then we will do that, and then we will excuse whoever for the day, okay? So if y'all would do that and then give me a report back, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, I wonder what they're gonna decide. Right, Aurelia? She says, oh, well, if the jury members takes it that way and acts on it,
All
then
right,
he or
any
she
issues with
hasn't
any of that?
put the justice
All right, we'll
first.
hang loose until we get some report from them, and then I'll update y'all, and I'll give y'all some suggested course of action. I'll bring y'all back in.
Okay.
I mean, I know the folks in the back are gonna wanna know too, cause they have the watch party going on online. Watch party.
Is that what we're calling it?
Somebody's hosting a verdict watch, something. I'm quite astounded, actually.
Yeah, he just said somebody's hosting or posting a jury watch. Literally, the title of my video is, verdict watch, and literally the title of my video is verdict watch. But a lot of others are too, so. Watch party. Ay, ay, ay.
Weeks, it seemed like. Amanda kept saying, well, he just had a heart attack and fell in the fire. And I was like, Amanda, how could he have had a heart attack and fell in the fire when A, they found a bullet lodged in his rib bone? And she was like, well, they could be lying to us. I was like, okay, well, if he had a heart attack and fell in the fire, why was everything gone from the fire pit? It's like the RTV would have been there, or the tractor would have been there. There would have been something. There was no indication to especially to me, that he would have had a heart attack and fell into the fire.
So Amanda was not convinced?
She was not convinced on him being shot.
Was she supportive of your mother?
Oh yes, I mean, like I said, she was always glued to her side from the time I showed up over to the house and even after, and she was always with her.
Now afterwards, the property, the house, and the contents of the house and things like that, fair to say that your mother and you and things were having some problems, or some arguments over the disagreements, if you would, over the property and the house and trying to sell it and whatnot?
Afterwards, yes. I mean, it was, she immediately after this was all about trying to get as much money as possible.
Was Amanda being a go-between between you and the defendant at times?
If I remember right, yeah, she was very much involved, and all of us, I remember all of us getting, hit up about getting, having money handed over to her or something along those lines.
When you and your mom afterwards were trying to figure out what to do with the house, because I guess it went into the probate part, all the property basically was frozen, is that right?
Yes, everything from, it seemed like the day of the 5th, they froze everything.
So the accounts and things like that?
Yes.
But on the 5th, was your mom going around asking who was on the bank accounts and stuff like that?
No, she was actually asking those questions before finding my dad. That was another, like I said, her behavior. She kept asking all of us, do you have access to the bank account?
At the scene while you're trying to find your dad?
Yes, I mean, this is like us trying to figure out where he could be.
Now, was it odd at times that your mom and you would have to talk and communicate after your father's remains were found? Y'all still had to deal with the house and try to deal with that aspect. Did y'all communicate somewhat on that?
Yeah, I mean, we were, I guess you said we went into kind of a survival mode, trying to figure out how to take care of everything, and because we had a lot of animals we still had to feed and keep lights on and stuff like that.
Judge, this time I intend to evidence S. Farris 5.
No objection.
Thanks, man.
This again is the cell bribe. What I want to look at is if you can turn to page 2, number 3. So you see how at the top when you go, it's from and to, so the first category here with the number is from your mother to you. And does that say how early can you be home to help me get barn cleaned up? People are coming at 6:30. Did you see that?
Yes.
And what is the date of that one? Timestamp there?
4/8/2019.
So y'all were still communicating after the fact of what to do with the house, is that right?
Yes.
And page 4, let's go to number 9. From your mom to you, and there's a text message about Goat is having a baby. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was in April of 2019?
Yes.
Did you still have to take care of the animals and things like that?
Oh, yes.
Was anybody else there helping you take care of the animals?
No.
Were you still staying in the barn at that time?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to go to page 9. On 28 there, do you see some message from your mom to you? That's April 19, 2019. This says, people come to look at house. Said barn apartment was filthy. Pooping floor smelled so bad. Other realtor took pictures. This is beyond, I think she was trying to say unacceptable. You see that?
Yes.
And then the 29th message we have here on April 19, 2019 at 1:47, you replied to it, and what did you say?
On the 29th.
See right here?
What's unacceptable is our father being murdered.
Did you find that your mom was saying things to you that you believe were not true, or saying to other people things that were not true?
Oh, absolutely.
About how you were handling the house?
Yes.
What you were doing?
Yes.
How bad did it get? Did law enforcement ever get called on you?
There was a lot of times that I was never told, but animal control kept being called. And what I picked up off from the deputy who came out from animal control, he kind of acted like it was possibly a neighbor trying to get the animals. So that was the most occurrence of, somebody from the Cherokee County coming out.
Did animal control ever come and take the animals away from you, or write you up, or lock you up, or anything like that?
No, sir. Every time they came out, they said, I showed them, their feed and, their hay. I walked them around. They looked at all the animals, and they're like, yeah, there is nothing wrong. All your animals look healthy. And
Did you know whether or not it was your mother behind that?
No, I do not know if it was her.
Was it during this time that we see here there was disputes going on?
Yes.
Now, this is page 12. It's number 40 on this extraction. It's from you. Now, you've got mother too. I guess she had different numbers. Is that what you put it in?
Yeah, by that time, she had to get a new cell phone because Cherokee County had her other cell phone still.
Did your mother, the defendants, start asking about money and paying things and stuff on the cars and whatnot? If you would, read this message for us that on April the 3rd, 2019, from you to your mother. What does it say?
I have been giving Amanda $200 every month for insurance. I have it documented. She sent me a text last week saying she canceled the insurance on the Toyota. The lies need to stop because we are not falling for them. Just how we know you're now going around Tennessee telling everyone that Chris and I will get into fights with Daddy. You want to talk about a disappointment. How about you filing a false police report against me? We are not stupid and we are not falling for your lies.
Got pretty bad between y'all?
Yeah, so the whole police report thing, I believe it was after I came back from my grandmother's funeral. I was contacted about meeting with a detective in Woodstock Police Department. Later to come out, the reason why I had to go to Woodstock is because since Cherokee County was handling the investigation with my dad, they could not get involved with this one. Well, I found out the police officer I talked to, he said that Melody filed a report that I threatened to kill her just like how I did my daddy. And
this is all after the fact, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to describe that as soon as you were after finding your father, the family was together for a little bit, and we've heard about the attorney. I'm not going to go into too much of that, but y'all then went and things separated. You, Chris, and Emily went this way, and Amanda went with your mom. Amanda and Chad Bruce went with your mom went that way.
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to say that y'all were close together, not pointing fingers or anything like that, but then as time went on, it just branched out.
Yes.
Father and father, the gap got wider and wider.
Yes.
But there were still, like on page 18 of this report, number 64 and 65, kind of an odd setting because you still had the house, and there's a message from you to her, 5:07 on May 21st, 2019. Did you leave the door unlocked? Do you see that message? Number 64 there.
Yes. Did you leave the door unlocked?
She replies and responds by saying, the key is under the front row. You see that?
Yes.
So at times it could be, I guess, amicable, but would you describe it as just odd and weird afterwards? Just how y'all had to interact at times?
Yeah, I had to be very careful because I knew with her aggression towards us, because there were several times that, you know, if something happened that she didn't like, she would come up and start yelling at me and threatening me and stuff like that. I believe I talked to Detective Hayes, and he was the one that informed me that, you know, the memo recording on my phone, I'm able to do recording. So if I had, you know, any kind of interactions with her, I can record it, and at least there would be some kind of audio documentation of it.
Now, tell the jury again, who is Chad Bruce?
Chad Bruce, prior to this, was dating my sister Amanda.
Are they now married?
Yes, they're now married.
Is he close to your mom?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Did y'all have a time after this that y'all had an incident in the roadway outside the property?
Yes. So, you know, after all this happened, I knew I had to go find some work. I did mainly kind of like under the table type work. I didn't go get a full-blown job. I was trying to bring in as much cash as possible.
You working in a nursery or something?
Well, that was, you know, I didn't immediately start going.
Okay, we're going to squeeze in a quick break, but before we do have a quick programming note. The director of the new Netflix documentary, The Menendez Burn Pile Murder Trial, her husband, prominent attorney now where Melody and
I came home from working all day, and I pull up and I see Amanda and Chad at the driveway. By this time we were locking the gate. And they were standing there, and when I pulled up, Chad started threatening me and cussing at me. So was Amanda. I don't remember exactly what it was about, but I was being yelled at and cussed at.
Is Chad, was he aggressive with you?
He was definitely yelling and all. I stayed in my vehicle, but he never came like charging at me.
Sure, no fisticuffs or anything.
Yeah, nothing like that. But he was yelling and cussing and calling me a piece of shit and all of this stuff. And I was trying, when this was happening, I was trying to hit the record button on my phone. And I somehow, you know, I'm keeping my eye on him and trying to hit the record button on my phone in my lap. And I somehow wound up calling my buddy Justin. And all I hear is, hang up, call 911, hang up, call 911. And I was like, okay, so I did that and I called 911. And by the time 911 got on the phone with me, Amanda and Chad were in their vehicle, and he pulled right up next to me, and he was cussing and yelling at me. So you could definitely, if you have the 911 recording, you'll be able to hear him.
So the tension was spreading to other people too?
Yes, I mean, Chad and Amanda, pretty much within a month after of this happening with my dad, they became fully against us and accusing us of stuff.
Scott, I don't really have much more. I have a couple more topics, and then I'm going to sit down and let the defense ask you some questions. I want to ask you about Rusty.
Okay.
At what point did you learn about Rusty?
It was sometime around not Amanda, but Emily's wedding. I know it was brought up that it was odd that Melody wanted to have him there at the wedding. I don't ever really remember meeting him as a child. I remember meeting his dad, and I also, Martha Jane. Less than a handful of times we went and saw them through our childhood, so I don't remember Rusty.
Yeah, so Scott, what I want to know is on July 5th of 2018, was Rusty Barton even in your mind when this was going on?
No, not at the moment, no.
Did you learn more stuff after the fact?
Oh yeah, man,
But
more came out.
But your dad didn't know about Rusty Barton?
Yes.
How do you know he knew about it?
I knew at one point, my father sent me a text message saying along the lines of the girlfriend of Rusty Barton that your mother's having an affair with contacted me. I don't remember, what the rest was said in that text message, but I knew by that point he was aware of Rusty.
Your dad got a message about Rusty?
Yes, from what he texted me, he got a message from.
Okay, Judge came back real quick. Hold on a minute. Let me hit the play button. Oh, yeah. Let's see what he says. Putting his robe back on. Kylie's mom says, "Hi, Renee. I think they're stuck." Oh, Renee's
right.
here. Hey, Renee.
It's my understanding y'all want to go ahead and break for the day and resume deliberations on Monday at 9 o'clock. Is that correct? And that's perfectly fine. I'm sure y'all are tired. I know I am. I will tell y'all, just similarly as I was telling you before I dismissed y'all about gathering folks up, that's going to be an issue. I have an additional issue next week in that I have court scheduled every day for an entire day for the entire week. That's not your problem and not your concern, and it's not the first time I'll be juggling a jury and other matters. It will just take time for me to, because I don't think we have a free courtroom for me to use for my other calendar. So it'll be me sending whoever's in the courtroom out and then bringing whoever needs to be here for whatever we're taking up with y'all in. But that should not, don't let that impact anything y'all are doing other than what I've told you about. If you have multiple questions, multiple things you want to review, do that. It'll take somewhere around 30 minutes for us to get everybody back in here to do those things. So continue to work while you're doing that, or it's a good time for y'all to take a break, go get coffee, stretch your legs, whatever. It is, again, critical, and this is probably the most dangerous moment, especially in a case of this nature in terms of somebody communicating and reaching out to you. We have obscured your information so nobody knows outside who you are. My bigger concern are the people who know you, who are part of your inner circle that knows that y'all are in this case. Do not let them talk to you about the case at all. To the extent you can stay home and sleep and watch college football tomorrow. Don't have my cup. But to the extent y'all can do that and stay away and out of public eye, that would be fantastic. If something happens, remove yourself from the situation immediately. Let the bailiffs know first thing, and we will talk to you and address it first thing. As long as you immediately remove yourself from the situation, no one says anything of significance to you, that's fine, and I know that you're not going to intentionally do that. But again, be especially careful if you use social media. Be very careful if you're on it over the weekend. If you like to review news, this has been picked up by local news, been picked up by Atlanta station news, and it's been picked up by various national news media organizations, including the folks that are in the room in the back. So just be especially careful. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case. Look up anything about the law. I'm not going to say, like I said, if you're watching Law and Order or something like that, that's fine. Just remember that what they're talking about may or may not have anything to do with the law in Georgia or how things work here. Y'all are free to go back and deliberate as long as you want to for the rest of the day, or be dismissed for the end of the day. I'm not going to give you any additional instructions or make you come back in here. Any questions, comments, concerns about anything from y'all? All right. Y'all can be excused. Have a good weekend. Go Dogs.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Well.
All right, and with that, y'all can just be on call starting at 9:30, like we have done the last couple of days, and I'll let you know when we know anything. All right. And if anyone wants to file Rule 22s for my non-jury civil calendar on Monday, y'all are welcome to.
He's so funny. He's so funny. So, looks like they are done. I know, right, Kel? Gee, yo. I don't know. I guess, though, we'll be back on Monday. We'll be back on Monday morning. What are you all going to do over the weekend? What are you going to do over the weekend? Anybody got any weekend plans? Anybody got any weekend plans? I know, Margaret, I wanted a verdict too. I wanted one too. Ooh, Kylie's mom is making a Costco trip. Fun, fun, fun. Fun, fun, fun. Wouldn't it be something, though, if they got back there and then was like, wait, we don't want to come back on Monday. We actually have a verdict right now. Oh, wow. Kel's working job number 2. People in the Law and Crime Network chat are saying, just like you guys, there's a holdout or two. There's a couple people holding out. I believe that. I believe it. Laura's going to diamond paint and work. Sherry's going to diamond paint and clean. Henny's going to be watching races. I'll probably diamond paint, clean, and work. So, there's that. Henny will be chillaxing with Lauren, watching the races. Give her lots of hugs and squishes from us. Diamond painting naps, says Kayleen. Henny, diamond paint. Yeah, we got a lot of diamond painters over here. All right. You guys, I'm going to scooch on out of here. Husband's home. Kiddo will be home from school here in a few minutes. So I'm going to go surprise her. Not with anything in particular, just the fact that I'll be in there instead of in here. Because usually she gets home from school and I'm still held up in here for a little while. So I like to be able to see her get off the bus and stuff. So, okay. You guys have a fabulous and safe weekend. And we'll see you back on Monday morning. Kayleen, have a good weekend, babe. Rich, you have a great weekend too. You have a great weekend too. All right, I'll see you all back on Monday. Make sure to give this video a thumbs up before you leave. Like and subscribe. Share us with your friends and hashtag replay in the comment section down below if you are watching this on the replay. That includes you, Cooter Brown, Sapphires, and Ocean Waves. When she gets to this part, she'll be like, mm-hmm. All right. I love you guys, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye.